will be 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. The last day for early voting is tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Both in the annex. The Council on Aging Sage Center newsletter is available online. If you are looking for extremely interesting, invigorating, exciting things to do, there are open positions on several West Newbury boards, commissions, and committees. Go to wnewbury.org /volunteer. Angus, what's the most pressing needs we have right at the moment?
Are we still looking for an associate planning board member?
Yeah, I would say.
What are we, FinCom, we're full,
FinCom,
right?
we are complete. Yeah, we've got a new 6-member FinCom.
Council
Okay.
on Aging could always use more people.
Nope.
Not council, wrong way. Cultural council. Sorry.
And what
But-
about the capital improvement committee? Did that person end up applying for that?
I think there's one open position on capital.
Capital improvements might have somebody, might have a vacancy, yes.
Yep.
Okay,
Hold on, I just got a text from someone that they're in the Zoom and there's no waiting room, so. I just want, it's Amy
Okay.
Wilson. I just want to make sure that she's not.
On a different,
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, she said she's in, so maybe she's the 104-288. Sorry, I just want to make sure.
Okay.
On the sidelines here. Amy, is that you? Oh, yeah, she's here. Okay, great.
It's us. Yeah, we're here.
All right, great.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Oh, hang on, I gotta open, it's shot. Okay, page down.
great newsletter, by the way.
Thank you.
Got
Did
my
you get
first
it?
one
Did you
delivered to
get it
my
this
house.
time?
Yes,
And then the-
awesome.
Do you have a older relative?
No, me. I just turned 61, man. Yeah, but unfortunately, working during the day, a lot of the programs I can't come to, so.
So, this is, cancer is the leading cause of death by disease among children in our country today. And, according to this, 16,000 of our country's young people, are victimized by cancer, every year in the United States. And so we've been, requested and want to just make the announcement that basically this is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, and the American Cancer Fund for Children and Kids Cancer Connection provide a variety of patient and psychosocial services to children undergoing cancer treatment at Boston Children's Hospital, Tufts Children's Hospital, the Shriners Children's Hospital, and the Dana-Farber Children's Cancer Center, and the Mass General Hospital for Children. And whereas the American Cancer Fund and the Children's Cancer Connection, they also sponsor toy distributions. I would make a motion that the town of West Newbury go along and state that we agree that for the support of this and the recognition that this is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. So it's simple as that. So all those in favor? We're announcing that we support childhood cancer. Yes,
Okay, what we could do is draw a formal proclamation.
Right.
Drawn from page,
Okay.
and then we could do that and provide that to you first the next week. You can.
We can sign it.
Put that out the web. and
Exactly.
attention to it, so.
Okay, great.
Okay,
Heard a motion in a second,
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
we'll draw up a proclamation.
Our next item is a application for Victoria Bomer. Am I pronouncing it correctly? Bomer? Bomer, okay. Victoria, you want to say a couple words? Can she be heard from over there? Oh, it's fun.
Okay, hi, I'm Vicky Bowman. I've been in town since November. Came from Kingston, New Hampshire for 3 years and originally from Western Mass.
What part of Western Mass?
Springfield, and then I lived in East Long
Not in Wilbraham.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I went to Minnetonka, grew up.
The new Minnetonka.
I haven't seen it, I'm sure it's one, but the old was pretty darn good.
Yeah. East Long Meadow is in high school, but we're getting that anytime soon, but yeah, 21 years there. We both worked for the Department of Corrections in Connecticut, so it was right over the line.
Interesting. I did some research in college with the adult girl. I was at Trinity in Hartford,
Mhm.
and so I did an internship with the probation office in Hartford for 1 semester. I did a research statistical analysis for the parole board in college as well. So
Did you go to any of the facilities or?
not the facilities other than the probation. So learned quite a bit there.
Interesting.
And the next time I talk about our staffing shortages, I need to remind myself of the probation office in Hartford because they were seriously understaffed.
Any questions for Vicky?
I do not,
Okay, I'm okay with that.
no stumpers available, you know, so.
Have you been participating in activities? at
Oh,
the-
yes.
Yeah.
Yep, my husband passed away after we moved in, so I kind of reached out and she's been great with helping and keeping busy and,
Oh, awesome.
yep, exercising and different programs.
She's been volunteering for a lot of them.
Oh, great. Well, good. You should put that on your application.
So, yeah, I'm really good at that stuff, but
Yeah, yeah. I moved to appoint Vicky Bomier to the Council on Aging, and is this a 1-year term or to fill out the rest of this term?
Fill the remainder of the term. So. That would be for a 1-year term and then for a full 3 years. after that.
So through 6/30/23.
And then she will be up for reappointment.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
No pants.
Easy for you to say.
We should talk Western Mass sometimes. I don't meet a lot of people who. are
You know what you're
from
talking about.
know about Western Mass?
Yeah.
Oh, hi.
there.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, Christine.
I worked in a hospital in Western Mass for a year after I got out of dental school, and there were people there that this was in Westfield, and there were people there that had been to Boston once in their life. It was like, you go way out there. It was like,
Like a different country.
yeah. Totally, yeah. Like I would leave work and go to a Red Sox game, and you can do that in the same day. Okay. Special permit, the Apple Harvest Road race, and did we complete the 1-day liquor license? Is that straightened out or
I
not?
believe that still needs a vote as well.
Okay,
So you have the responses to the questions that were asked at the last meeting. And I don't know if that all satisfies the questions you had at a staff level. We were satisfied with that.
I don't know, I can't speak for anybody else, but I was satisfied, yes.
I just had a question on the brewing company serving in cans. Does that mean they're handing people cans?
They
Or
need to,
they're,
they need to physically open them before they hand them the can.
and they're not pouring into a cup?
Correct. Yeah, but they said they do need to open the container before they give it to anyone because they can't transport the alcohol. Like if it wasn't open, someone potentially could transport it. So make sure it was.
So that means because they're gonna be using cans, not cups, and there'll be less litter, hopefully.
Yeah.
And the litter that is there will be redeemable / recyclable, so.
So the extra bins that Wayne's providing, are they recycling as well as trash?
It said so, yes.
Yeah, we asked for both just in case to make sure that everything was, there was no trash left over, as stated before, that it overflowed. So hopefully this way it will prevent that.
I just want to make sure that people are conscientious about recycling what can be and, putting the trash what can't be. That's all. So, thank you for getting answers to all the questions. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no, we're happy to do so. We're just hoping to run a good event for the Page School to hopefully make some money to benefit the children in our community.
I just, as someone who's gone to running events for years and years, and I've done this several times. One way to get more participants is to go to a race, a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks before your race that's in the area, and just put flyers on people's windshields. It sounds old fashioned and whatever, but it does really work. So if there's a race in Amesbury, say 10 days beforehand, just have someone know, just look up on, local running races and have someone publicize the apple harvest racing. It really helps.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for that tip. That's a good idea. I know during the apple harvest race, people actually put for the turkey trot that Pentucket does.
Right, but doing it the other way around.
It's a great idea. Yeah. Thank you.
Especially if you're going, like, if you, just the amenities always, oh, this place has, whatever, I'm gonna go to this one, so that kind of thing, yeah.
Great.
And
Yeah.
Amy, whatever, whatever you need from the town on, whether it's, website posts or Facebook or stuff, I know we've done some of that, but as it gets closer, just send that along either to me or to Andy or to Jim, and we'll get that stuff posted.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that.
I think we're really excited. I think that an in-person, we had some feedback last year about the decision to make the run virtual, which of course everyone had something to say, positive or negative, but I think the town is very excited about having the in-person event. And we also, luckily through the system that we use, can send out emails to anyone who's done the race before and kind of alert them and invite them to be a part of it again this year. So hoping it's going to be a really fun fall community event.
I ran virtually and it was good, so no one had to see me. It was good, that was good.
That's how I feel too.
Yeah, right.
So we did
Okay.
a motion, right?
Yeah.
I move that we
Two
approve
motions.
two motions.
Okay.
For the liquor license and. for the-
Yeah, so this is
The first motion will be for the,
Event.
for that we approve the special event permit for the Apple Harvest Road Race on, what was the date again?
October 23rd.
October 23rd.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye. Then I make a motion that we approve the permit to serve beer, the liquor license for that event on the same day.
With the stipulations that we provided at the last meeting.
I guess we could, yeah, it needs to be in that area that's roped off. Yeah, cordoned off, roped off, and adults only in the area. And the servers will be checking IDs and serving in cans.
Second.
Further discussion? Good, all those in favor?
Aye. Great, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Just mute us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye, thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Okay, our next is just a little brief synopsis of what's happening with the Rocks Village Bridge. Angus, have you received any up-to-the-minute information about what's going on?
We did receive the note you have in your packet from Tuesday evening that the DOT contractors was to begin mobilization yesterday, Wednesday, to commence the permanent repairs. Details on the projected schedule for the work will be available once the materials and resources are on site, so we don't have anything further than that. As you know from the note I sent you just in the last 2 hours or so, we have late yesterday, and they didn't get to my desk till today, received some conceptual designs for warning signs, and that would be proposed in different locations of town, including along Main Street as well as on Bridge Street. And in addition to what you have in your materials of signage on the actual bridge that's proposed. So they have asked for the town's comments on that. We've just received the information. You yourself just received it in the hour or two before the meeting, so I'm not going to assume that had time to look at it. My recommendation would be that we have Wayne, who received the information, tell DOT that the board will have this on your next agenda on the 12th to and then give comments out of that. I don't want to slow down the process, but I also feel like you need time to digest what they sent and potentially seek comments from others before making comments on the proposed signage. One aspect of it in particular is definitely not something I would think the town would favor, but you need time to review the materials and give DOT some direction as the roadway commissioners for the town. As far as that mast arm and the overhead, they did say in the transmittal email to Wayne, if you don't like that, they can propose a separate sign to the side of the road. But I know Wayne would be happy to be here at the next meeting to be part of that discussion. So I'd look for the board to both, do you agree with that timeline, or do you want to try to do something sooner than that? And also, what would you like us to do in terms of potentially seeking broader community input in the signage design?
What's the time frame and how long do we have to get back to them?
It didn't specify, and you saw in the transmittal or email that I forwarded from Wayne, it kind of was like, do we have approval yet? Like, can we start putting these signs? And the answer to that is no. I mean, we just got them today. So no, they didn't give any timeline. But I
So
think the sooner we can
Route
move this to
Route 113 is a state road, so they can put the signs up anytime they want. I was on those, I was.
I'm not sure legally if they could. You may well be right. Obviously, they've asked for input, so you want to provide input. And I know just informally and talking to Wayne this afternoon, he thinks he feels like the location of the 113 signage is good, but the size he feels is designed for like a 50-mile-an-hour highway, not a 35-mile-an-hour street. So he's definitely going to have, once he has some time to chew on it, he's definitely going to have some specific recommendations.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I would like to hear what he has to say. At the same time, I don't want to be responsible for slowing things down under any circumstance.
But this is all to do with signage, it's not. to do with
Right,
overrun.
but I understand that, but, we certainly don't want the bridge fixed before the signs are done.
Yeah, it would be just our luck if they would, that there'd be a long lead time on the signs, they fix the bridge and the next day a truck would come through
Yeah.
and block it again.
It's in my thoughts, exactly.
So Angus, I don't know if you saw, I sent an email
I
probably
did,
2 or 3 hours ago.
Yeah.
And you know, it's kind of frustrating me that they haven't even attempted to have any dialogue about, you know, about what's going on, which is.
I think this is their version of seeking dialogue.
Yeah,
Not to say
yeah,
that's right or wrong,
right.
but that's kind of how I think this is their effort to engage the community, is to send an email to Wayne and his counterparts.
Yeah.
You know, across the river.
And these signs are to scale, I mean, they just
Yes.
seem so large, you
Very
know.
large. And I believe at one point it gives the dimensions, and one of it was like 72 inches by, I don't know.
They're like interstate size
Yeah.
signs, yeah.
Yeah,
Well, you know, a lot
So
of
much
people do
for-
cross Rockville Bridge at 65 miles an hour.
this doesn't seem in keeping with the character of the town.
Yeah.
But-
Enhance the
They
historic.
didn't like my electronic ideas.
I
Okay,
think-
so I want you guys to have some input. What do you think we should do? I don't want to, again, to Rick's point, I don't want to be responsible for delaying.
It shouldn't
things
take them
here.
forever to do signs. I mean, it's gonna take them, I assume it's gonna take them a month to put the bridge together, once they get the materials on site. I could be wrong about that, but, you know, before they were hoping for maybe early September, now, you know, I'd be surprised if it's for the beginning of October. I guess you know, I personally would like to propose to them that they do something, you know, a sensor and light, you know, flashing light kind of thing on the bridge that would only ever light up if somebody over height came onto the bridge. I mean, it's great to have all sorts of warning signs. They can have their chains hanging down, but if somebody's driving a, you know, a semi, you know, the tractor
You don't
trailer.
even hear it.
Yeah, exactly. If somebody's driving a tractor trailer and the windows are rolled up and, you know, it hits the, you know, over the sound of the engine and your earbuds and everything. Assuming the driver's got earbuds and they'll never even hear the change, so there's no guarantee. So, but if you have, you know, a visual warning ahead that's, you know, flashing lights because you're over height and you've entered onto the bridge, then you can't miss that.
Yeah, I think there's been enough public interest in this issue that we should somehow figure out how to get input.
Right.
Because people are really concerned that this is just gonna happen again.
Right.
I don't think
For
anyone wants to
legitimately so.
delay it.
You know,
Yeah.
3 times in 4 years, it's, you know, there's a pretty solid track record of, you know, repetitive action.
I'm not sure all these signs are even gonna be that effective, you know, 2 intersections away.
Yeah,
I'd rather see something on the bridge. like-
Right.
like-
Do they even know what? Okay, you're on one, you're coming down, one of those looks like it's sort of near where Naps is, and one sort of right in the center of West Newbury. Like that sign, that's pretty okay, it's a little large, but
Can I see
The
which
top
one?
of
the green one at
The
the,
white at the bottom. I don't like the yellow.
But they're showing 60 inches by
Yeah, that,
72 inches.
it's huge. That's why I wondered if the
That's-
scale was not right.
no, this is real.
That's like half the house height.
Yeah, no, it's
If it is in
it's way
percent.
out of scale for a 35-mile-an-hour roadway. And that's Wayne telling me that. I was telling, but he's the traffic engineer. I mean, anyone knows that, but he's as a traffic engineer, as he was like, that's like not the sign you would pick.
I totally get it, but I don't want to be the person responsible for saying, well, you were complaining that there wasn't enough warning. Well, we're gonna give you plenty of warning.
But here's the thing, you are the roadway commissioners, you are a public body, you can only make decisions in a posted public meeting. you got this information, what time did I forward it? You know, just, it was like late this afternoon. And I sent it to you within minutes of getting it, so I sent it to you at 4:01. I got it at 3:52. Like, it's not, in my opinion, it's not reasonable for you to make a decision, you know, and this stuff's not even, it's not even in the packet that was posted for tonight's meeting, because it was received like this afternoon. So to me, you know, your next regular meeting's the 12th. That's not that far away.
Wendy, what are you comfortable with that or no?
Yeah, I think we need to have a chance to deliberate and get some public input. I don't know how to do that. I mean,
I think we could, you know, we could turn this into, you know, we're gonna have to paraphrase what they say, because it's their proposal, but I think we could put together a web post with some, you know, and attach the
Yes,
graphics
yeah.
we've been provided. That's not a, you know, that's not gonna be a big lift, we can get that done. And then, I'm personally off tomorrow, so I can't say it will be done tomorrow, but it could be done Monday. If that works for you guys.
Tuesday, it could be done Tuesday.
Oh, yeah, it could, it could be done Tuesday, it could be done. It's not a big deal, anyhow, but it could be done no later than Tuesday, which is almost a week before your meeting on the 12th, and
Could we invite people to the meeting, or is that going to be too much of a time commitment to have people that are interested in providing input come to the meeting?
No, I would say write an email to
To the select board?
Yeah,
and it's a public meeting, so of course people can.
Yeah.
come,
Yeah.
But I, you know, I think something along the lines of a public hearing is tough, because this isn't your proposal, this is DOT's proposal. You as the roadway commissioners have been asked to provide input, and to do that, you want public input, which I think is right.
also with the comment that we can only comment on what it says on
Yeah,
our side of the street,
Mhm.
the road, whatever.
You know, but their idea of on pavement markings, I think that's been pretty ineffective. You know, and at night, you're not gonna see them. If it's raining, you're not gonna see them. If there's snow on the ground, you're not gonna see them.
The plows rub them off.
Right, yeah, they wear off anyway. So I see, that strikes me as pretty ineffective.
One of them,
so you said some of these are different than what was circulated in the packet?
So
I'm having trouble seeing which one.
So it's the final attachment that I definitely hadn't seen before. It's marked West Newbury signage. And that's the first time we'd seen this mast arm over Bridge Street, and I think some of the others have been.
I don't. Oh, okay, actually, I wasn't scrolling down. I was just looking at the rest of this.
Okay, this one here.
Pages.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think there's some, that's in the original.
This was?
Yeah,
Oh, it's on the one.
Yeah.
yeah, there's one with the bar, striker bar and one without.
Oh, so it's the same information that.
I don't think it's different.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, well, there it is.
So then would we put out an email alerting people to the location of the website and asking for comments, or how would you suggest?
Yeah, that we could do. Yeah, we could just send people the link to the packets. It's a nice packet, the pages, and just something simple. That, you know, the
Yeah.
person asked for input.
That's good.
What do you think?
Okay,
That one with the big arm and the huge sign, I mean, that really is just like sticking a finger in your eye, you know?
it's gonna scare the deer in their field.
They can't be serious about that.
So 72 by 162.
Nuts.
That's that big overhang.
72, 6 feet.
That way,
tall.
162 that way.
I'm gonna do a quick screen check, because I do see we have Elisa and Ann Bardine and Adam, of course. But even if no one else is, I don't know if people are watching from home, but I just kind of want to show this because it's really kind of.
It's actually an entertainment factor.
It'll draw people to listen.
Right, right. They would come to see our sign. There we go.
Whoa.
So maybe let's share screen. And by the way, for those watching on local cable, this is also posted to the web under the select board page, select board open session meeting packets, September 1st meeting, and it's page 44. But
Strike bar.
that's that makes supposed to go straight for.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Wow. Nice.
Be interested in the planning board chair's opinion on this, if she's willing to weigh in. Perhaps not.
Well,
Do-
I guess I'm just thinking that if this is where I think it is, and I think it is where I think it is, there are vehicles that need to pass this point that may be taller than that. You know, I don't know if someone has a moving van going to River Road, or it just seems like a strange place to have located it for starters.
True, yeah.
I certainly didn't imagine something like that. I'll just put it that way. You know, often you see very close to a bridge, two verticals and a horizontal, you know, which is the thing that you don't want to touch. But boy, that sign is really overpowering.
And some of the others, I'll scroll through this for you and anyone else. I think, you know, for instance, like this one here, at a glance, okay, that seems fine until you read the dimensions and it shows 60-inch by 72-inch. This is what you're looking at right now. But that's an absolutely enormous sign for
I'm not sure that would even be.
No.
Yeah, because you,
No, again, there are other reasons for vehicles that tall to go down these streets. I guess I just thought it would be closer to the bridge.
this one here.
I know.
I'll just make one last comment on this. I've been dealing with this similar but different situation. People who aren't going to read signs aren't going to read these signs, and they aren't going to pay any attention to the signs. And they may not even know how tall their trucks are, even though I know they're supposed to. I really think some kind of a physical reminder, shall we say, would be more effective. Something that hits the top of the truck. So I don't know what you guys have already discussed. I was coming.
No, that's it. Sorry to put you on the spot, but.
No, that's okay.
Good input, yeah.
Thanks, Ann.
Okay, so let's get some input from the public and what, have Wayne's thought on the matter, thoughts on the matter too.
Yeah.
Good. And I would also like to thank the Haverhill Rocks, is it the Rocks Village Historic Commission? Yes, for having earlier than planned meetings, and I'd like to thank them for doing that and commenting on things, and I'd like to thank the Department of Transportation for putting this, you know, they didn't put it on the back burner, they have been working on things, so.
Do we know if Charlie Baker did in fact view the bridge?
Don't know.
Actually, I thought I saw somewhere that he had. Somewhere. I read
He was
that
invited, but do you know, Jen, if he actually went?
I don't know if he actually, he was in town for a political fundraiser.
Yeah.
I don't know if he stopped by the bridge.
Okay.
So what Paul Stedman would be the guy to talk to, or the person to talk with, about, some direct engagement.
This was the DOT
Yeah.
rep.
District 4.
I think so. I know Wayne's worked closely with every one of these people and knows them, and So I think you talked, I did forward to him your note to me.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think he's gonna know how to navigate that.
Yeah, okay.
So you can feel free to give him a call tomorrow.
Okay, item G.
Did you
Update,
wanna come back to kind of skip over the warrant for now and then?
oh, did I?
I mean,
Okay,
I do
Oh, I
notice,
thought
you know,
so.
I don't, Elisa could be here for item G and or
Mhm.
potential things on the warrant, so I don't know how you want to handle that in terms of order, but we're on item E, but if you want to skip it.
okay, how did it, I'm
It's
sorry,
just,
Yeah,
it's
okay.
a supplemental pack.
okay. Um. So, item E. Do we want to vote to close the warrant for the special town meeting? It's as simple as that.
I think we do, but I have something that, an idea that I haven't thrown out, and I don't know if it will require a warrant or not, but I just want to process it real fast. So last year we applied for a Green Communities grant that we were not awarded. We had, budgeted, at town meeting last fall, special town meeting last fall, we approved $10,000. It was matching funds. And in our application, we used 8,000 of that, which, you know, wasn't used because we weren't awarded the grant. I spoke with Wayne, I've checked with, both Green Communities and with, National Grid, and found out that the program, you know, there's a Green Communities competitive grant again this fall. Question is, do we want to reapply? And if we do want to reapply, do we want to reapply for, with a larger match by the town to try to get the numbers to a place where it's attractive to, Green Communities?
Is that why we were not awarded it?
You know, I don't have a definitive answer. I spoke with our National Grid rep, Lori Timmerman. She thinks that was part of it, was the money, although right after we got the rejection letter, I spoke with Neil Duffy, who was our Green Communities regional rep, or, you know, regional coordinator. And he told me that it was really more an issue of it being a very competitive process and our project being very small relative to some of the others. So I don't know for sure that that's the answer, but it's probably part of the answer. So the question then is, you know, do we need more funding? If we do need more funding, should we have another article at town meeting for, you know, another $5,000 or something like that? Or is there money available and I'm not suggesting that there is, but is there money available in the town building budget that could be used for that purpose? Or a third alternative is suggested by the National Grid rep, is that they can do on-bill payment, or we can do on-bill payment, where essentially we figure out what the approximate savings would be each month. They finance it at no interest, and we would be seeing reduced utility bill, but the difference would be made up for by payment, you know, for our additional share. You know, so at some point, 3 or 4 or 5 years out, all of a sudden your bill would drop by that amount. So it's probably more than you wanted to hear right now, but that's a quick explanation of the alternative if we do want to pursue it again. And, you know, personally, I think we should. Wayne would like to pursue it again too, based on the conversation we had like this afternoon.
So are you looking to delay closing the warrant?
No, I don't want to delay it. The question is, do we want a placeholder for that? And then, you know, we'd have to get an article. Thinking about the alternatives, to me, the on-bill payment almost seems to make the most sense. I don't think there's overhead for the town. I mean, probably somebody has to move a number, but
So Rick, I didn't understand your first,
Okay.
so we appropriated 10 and we spent 8.
Right.
How do we spend it if we didn't get the
Well,
grant?
in our application, we used 8 as opposed to using the 10. So,
But we didn't spend it.
but we didn't spend it because we didn't get the grant.
That's, but you just said we did or we didn't. I
We
can't
did not
figure it
spend
out.
it. It was offered as a match, but the grant didn't come through, so no, it was not spent.
Oh, okay.
So what do you mean we used 8?
What do you mean we used it?
Well, I'm in the grant application.
You used that number?
We
Yeah, we
used
used
that
that
number.
number.
Oh, you didn't make
Didn't
that
actually-
clear.
sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
So the 10 is unspent, the full. 10
got
is
it.
unspent.
Okay.
And was there a sunset on that?
No, which is interesting. I thought there would be, but there was no sunset.
So what's it to do?
What's it to be used for?
Yeah, I forget at this point.
Yeah.
Something to do with the temperature regulation?
Yeah, it's for the HVAC controls and the Council on Aging, part of the Sage Center, and some finishing up some other details relative to what we've done here previously, just sort of completing the whole system. And the reason why it wasn't done as one project to begin with was to maximize the incentives we get from the utility.
Okay.
If we'd done it all the first time, we were limited, there was a cap on the incentives, so it just made sense, in terms of our net end cost to do with this too.
And is the grant a 50/50? They match 50.
Oh, no, it's more than that. No, they would, if we were throwing in before 8,000, I think the net project value was 99,000.
Oh,
So there was utility incentives of 10,500 or 11,500, and then the balance would have been the Green Communities grant. Yeah, so the total Green Communities money would maybe 70,000. Working from memory. I don't
Yeah,
know.
so are you suggesting we fund the same project, or would it be an increased scope?
No, I think we do the same project, because we don't have anything else prepared.
Okay.
We haven't pursued anything else, and I guess this just kind of came up last night at the Energy and Sustainability Committee meeting. We were talking about things like, oh yeah, it's that time of year. I wonder if we should
Mhm.
reapply.
So Angus, would there be money in the building funds for this kind of thing? Or-
No, as you know, that's really tight every year. It's,
Yeah.
and sometimes it's overspent. So I think I would say if you want to go for the grant, I'd say put a placeholder. You could, refine the number before the next meeting on the 12th.
Yeah.
And we could figure out, is it 5,000, is it 10,000, whatever.
Okay.
But I think if you're inclined to go for the grant, you should do it, not rely on operating.
Well, if you've already got it 90%. If you're not gonna change the makeup of the project, doesn't seem like it'd be too much work to just.
No, it should be pretty straightforward. I know
Yeah,
they've changed their application a little bit, but I don't think it's substantial. So.
yeah.
So how would this address the fact that this might have been too small a project? I mean, do you think that's changed at all in this go around?
It may have, I can't, I can only speculate, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, even then, I didn't get a real definitive answer there. I wasn't told, yeah, this is what it was. I was told, well, it might be because it was kind of a small project, and there were a lot of big projects.
Mhm.
So, it wasn't real good information.
Mhm.
So that being the case, then, I guess I would propose that we have a placeholder for this, and we'll have to figure out what the number should be.
Are you okay with that one?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
So this is number
Well,
18?
yeah, that would be the next number in the
I
sequence.
mean, we're up to 19 now, but some of these are gonna fall off
Yeah,
tonight, so. Is my guess.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Okay.
Oh, do we vote?
No, I'm voting.
Jim's gonna want a motion. I'm just
Okay.
kidding.
I make a motion that we put a placeholder for additional matching funds for a Green Communities grant for HVAC controls upgrade for a portion of the structure within which we currently sit.
Second, wow. That's quite a motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I got you back.
Okay, what about now closing the warrant?
I think there was a motion. Did somebody make a motion?
No. there
Okay,
was
I make a
not.
motion that we close the warrant.
Second. Do you need more detail than that? or-
No,
Okay. Fine.
further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 What do you want to do first, F or G?
Why don't we do G at least because maybe Ann and Elisa.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Lisa here is here for a couple of items.
Okay, so I make a motion that we now go to item G, update regarding the Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Building.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, with not too much time to review all this, I actually don't feel too comfortable discussing this, but just personally, I need a little help. What's going on here?
You mean the alternatives?
No, just the
A summary of all the,
summary of all the different, you know, how the actual, if we got to the point where we were going to be, you know, we were in a position that the town was able to change the zoning and put the project out for, you know, possible purchase or rental by a, you know, a private source, then how that plays into the, you know, it already being placed on the you know, National Historic Record and stuff. I was a little unclear on. as to
Well,
what-
actually, Angus sent something late this afternoon. Wasn't that late this afternoon? You sent that, the comment from KP Law, was that part of the, I don't remember, or was that in the packet where they pointed out that the use is non-conforming. And so to change anything at this point, we still have that issue, no matter what. We still have the zoning, the ZBA still has to weigh in on it because the use is non-conforming.
The structure is not, it's not conforming structure, so when you change the use of a non-conforming structure, it needs ZBA approval.
Yeah. So we're back no matter what, we have to circle, no matter anything else that's changed, you know, if we have a new special permit allowance for office buildings.
Right.
We still need to go back to the ZBA because the building is non-conforming.
Non-conforming in terms of what?
Setbacks.
all that kind of
The
stuff.
lot and the building are non-conforming, it's not a pre-existing non-conforming lot, and the building setbacks and so forth, don't.
Okay,
So
And then as
where did you,
Further
I didn't
pointed
read
out-
about, I didn't read about that.
that was, so we got, this afternoon, we got KP's review of the proposed zoning amendment that we referred to them about a week ago from the planning board meeting.
oh, okay.
And so in the context of that, that's a really,
you were running a high-speed drill at the time, so you didn't hear
Well, I was
and
doing.
it's
I was
not,
doing- I was
it's back
doing
in,
a
it's not, zoning is really,
5 o'clock this afternoon.
you know, the zoning's not really the, and we can talk about it, but it's not, that wasn't really why it was on, so that the planning board's gonna talk about that Tuesday and decide whether they're gonna refer something to the public hearing or not. So we got the comments back from town council today. I sent those over to the planning board. I spoke with Ann a bit today, although I can't remember. I think that was before I got the comments from KP. And so Rick's point is really good that even if the zoning change, even if the zoning was allowed an office use, you would still need to go to ZBA because it's change of use for a pre-existing non-conforming structure and lot.
Okay, so let's go back to G.
The real
So
reason-
give us the Cliff Notes version of what has to be changed in terms of, because of its historic designation and so forth, how do you revoke that or supersede that or whatever?
So there were really two reasons why I suggested this for the agenda. One is to make sure everyone's aware of this regulation that you do need to submit to Mass Historic. Any, let's say that the town was gonna do something to the physical structure, because it's listed on the state register, you've got to send notice to the Mass Historic Commission. Their role is advisory. They have 30 days to comment.
So this is kind of like the bridge.
It's just exactly like
Yeah.
the bridge.
Okay,
They can't prohibit you from doing what you're proposing to do, but they do have a right to get comment. Now, in my reading of the regulations, is turning it over to a different, third party through disposition, whether through sale or lease, does that trigger it? I'm not totally clear on that, but I think there's no downside whatsoever to giving Mass Historic Commission notice that that's the town's intent, if in fact that's the town's intent. So that's what this on page 68, 69 of your packet, this 2-page project notification form. We had invited in the scope with Spencer's firm to make sure that was included in her scope. So if we do go forward with this, that Mass Historic would be given notice and would be given the opportunity to comment. So that's one thing I wanted to just make sure everyone's aware of. But the main driver of kind of the guidance I'm looking for from the board tonight is, if this all plays out and the historic preservation restriction is drawn up and applied to the building, that absolutely has teeth. That is a binding document, unlike listing on the register, which doesn't really have teeth. A historic preservation restriction absolutely has teeth, and similar to a conservation restriction. Where,
so is it like goes with the deed almost
yeah,
or something
oh yeah,
like that?
yeah.
It's filed?
It's filed and it's got to be approved, not just locally, but by the state Mass Historic Commission. Very similar to a conservation restriction. It's a permanent restriction. And just like a CR has to be approved by the state, this has to be approved by the state, different agency. But just like a CR, someone has to hold the restriction and is responsible for ensuring the terms of the restriction are met.
Okay,
And that's got to be a different entity than the owner of the structure. And so in some correspondence that took place between Lynn Spencer and the Historical Commission, as well as she attended their meeting about what I guess it was about a week and a half ago or 2 weeks ago. Lynn had suggested that the holder of the historic preservation restriction could be our local historical commission. The historical commission had some questions and probably fair to say some concerns about that. For I think a number, and I won't speak for that, we've got Lisa on, but among others, capacity to like long-term administration of a restriction comes with it some responsibilities, and is the historical commission really equipped to do that? So that's something they're organized to do and want to do. And so I told the commission and Lisa that idea that the historical commission hold the restriction, that didn't come from this board or from me. That was something our consultant put out there as like, hey, this is something that could happen. So I told the commission that that's not been proposed. When that came up, that was the first we really heard about it. So I wanted to bring it to you to say, if we go forward with this as we're going, and there ends up being transferred to a third party by sale or by lease, the historic preservation restriction, someone's got to hold the restriction. And I don't know if you have enough information to make this decision tonight, but what's your vision of that? Who holds that restriction?
I think it makes sense for the historic commission to hold it, but what Lynn said in the meeting is that typically you would hire a consultant to do the actual monitoring. You wouldn't expect the historic commission to do that. So we would just have to make sure there's funding for that consultant, to do the work. And the conservation commission holds the
So that's
CR.
funding that goes on forever.
I mean, that's,
You need to fund that
Yeah,
forever.
but it's a minimal, once the building's built, it's a minimal effort. She seemed to indicate,
it seems like it would
Be like 2 or
mostly
3
be in
years.
effect while it's being
Yeah.
rehabilitated.
yeah, I mean, there's some long-term monitoring to make sure that, no changes are made. But I think it's similar to the Conservation Commission holds all the CRs and, there's not a lot of work that they do to monitor at
Okay.
this point. I mean, is that fair, I guess?
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
With regard to the CRs, there are things that I think they are supposed to do and want to do that haven't
Right,
methodically been done, like every 3 years, walk the land, do an updated inventory. That's not always happened because the capacity is not there. I think the historic preservation restriction, I really don't have any experience with these.
mhm.
So I really shouldn't even say, but
Elisa, was that your understanding from what Lynn said in the meeting, that it would just be an effort during construction and then would be kind of minimal after that?
Well, I've looked into this in the case of, I was looking into facade easements at one point, and the restrictions are no good unless there's somebody who inspects and identifies a problem, which you're right, is going to be a really big deal during construction. And then has the wherewithal to do enforcement if you need to do enforcement. And, that would be probably a demand letter, and then it would be litigation. We have a $500 budget, which is already gone, except for $49 we have left. So there would need to be resources. None of us on the historical commission are construction experts, and I don't know that any of us are historic preservation experts. So it would have to be contracted out. I don't think we have the wherewithal. So you would need to figure out how to budget for it and get somebody who can do it.
Mhm.
And, the town planner does this kind of thing for Newburyport, and big towns have big permanent historic commission staff, which I don't think we want. So it has to be somebody, and it can't be our commission alone doing it.
So I think I asked Lynn in the meeting if that's something that the CPA could fund, and she said it was, right?
She seemed to indicate it could be for the first 3 years for the construction process. And then it's a question mark whether CPA could do that. I honestly don't have any idea. You would know better than me.
We haven't dealt with this before, so I'll put that on my list. I mean, who else would hold it if it wasn't the historic commission?
Well, what about the building inspector?
I think doesn't a group or an entity have to hold I mean, I guess the select board could hold it and assign the building inspector to. I don't know.
the historic folder have to, and assign the building inspector.
Yeah,
You can still have a historic folder as the group. Like it's not out people.
I think it would be better because their mission is historic preservation, I think it's a better.
There is statutory authority for the historical commission to hold interest in properties, which could range from fee interest, complete ownership to, slices and dices, which this would be one of. The question really is the resources that this commission has. And we don't really have interaction with staff, and we don't have administrative support to manage contracts and so forth and so on. So this would be a whole new thing, is all I would say. So it would need to be planned for if that's what the decision is. See, Greenbelt does it for Greenbelt properties, and Historic New England does this all the time, and they have a full-time professional staff just administering these restrictions, preservation restrictions.
But that's
So
their business.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. But you need to have a property they want to take over, and I don't think the condition of this building makes it attractive.
Is this something we could build into the sale of the property or the lease agreement that the owner would fund this going forward? I mean, I don't think the funding is gonna be a huge issue, but I think more, the resources, the labor resources to do it.
I don't know the
I don't
answer
know.
to that.
Yeah.
I think it's an idea we could look at.
What about
Okay,
using the
well, this-
building inspector or the town planner? Is that an option? Or are they not really the right people?
I don't think they could hold it.
No, I mean, to be the staff.
I think that would be something we could look at, yeah, to build that into someone's job description. Obviously, that relies on them having capacity up to two. I think the building inspector would be a better fit both from skill set and capacity.
Yeah.
Where he, or I should say that office in the normal course of things, issues enforcement orders, issues demand notices, those kinds of things, but it's not something we've discussed it. And just like this is new to, I mean, it's new to the town, it's new to all of us. So I don't know if he has any operational experience with that. As far as like basically being the enforcement arm of the commission, or maybe to conduct inspections and to document that. That office might be well suited to that. I don't know how it's something. to look at.
One thing I'm wondering is, it seems like there are a bunch of hoops that need to be passed through here. The zoning being an obvious one that's going to be addressed somewhat at town meeting, maybe not completely. How urgent is this is one thing I'm just wondering about. And maybe it's not something that needs to be decided within the next month. I don't know what the schedule is for looking at, developing the language for an RFP or developing concepts for preservation requirements. I don't know about the timing of this very well.
I think there's a 2-year sunset, wasn't there, on the funding for this? To support the permitting and sale and so forth. I think yeah, I think we're trying to get the zoning issues straightened out in this town meeting, and then, potentially spring or maybe next fall for bringing it further.
But that you're absolutely right, Lisa, that there are a number of hoops or things that really need to proceed, whether they proceed in parallel or in sequence. Right now, there's really there's three different big things. One is the use and which is whether that ends up being zoning or whether that ends up being some permitting mechanism through the existing zoning. That's one. The second is the development of the historic guidelines, which would accompany an RFP and which would be the kind of initial raw material that would then be expanded greatly to a historic preservation restriction subsequent to or as part of the disposition process. And then the third, of course, is the procurement process, the disposition process. That's a big amount of work and that third piece really hasn't begun in any substance. I mean, we had a conversation with the town attorney last winter to get it on their radar. They have a lot of experience with that, with the procurement side, and we've kind of kept them apprised of how this is going, but it's not something that no one's put pen to paper. It's not really begun in any serious way other than just communications. And I know I don't want to speak for Ann, and I don't know if Ann wants to get into this tonight, but we did meet earlier today. I don't think it's a sure thing that the zoning would go forward this fall. That's going to be up to the planning board and whether on Tuesday they feel comfortable referring something or not.
May I say something about the zoning, about the historical preservation restriction? The building is already designated, right? As
Yeah.
it, and so at what point in the life of a designated building, if I can call it that, does it become necessary to craft this written restriction and have someone hold it and so forth. I mean, I guess I'm just wondering if we haven't done it up to this point, what's triggering the need to do it?
The disposition to a third party.
But we don't need it until the disposition happens. Is that
Right.
correct?
Right. I mean, I guess
Right, yeah.
I'm lining up behind Elisa here and saying, let's not solve problems that we don't know we have yet. I don't know, food for thought. If it doesn't go anywhere, we don't need to do this. You don't need to do this.
That's right.
What do you mean if the zoning doesn't pass?
Well, I mean, if the town, I don't want to create waves, but if the town, as the current owner and custodian of this building, which is listed on the historic register, has not put in place any preservation restrictions, then is it only a change of ownership that makes that necessary? I still don't quite understand why we haven't needed it before.
Well, I think we need it now because there was a motion at town meeting that is leading to putting a historic restriction on it and attempting to find somebody who will repair the building.
No, I understand. I get that. I guess I'm just wondering why. So none of the work that's been done heretofore, for instance, has been subject to any kind of review or anything.
No, it hasn't, but the design, the architectural design that was created by Spencer Preservation
Mhm.
was to maintain the outside appearance and do as much preservation as was basically physically possible. If an outside third party came in, that they could decide, well, and we were gonna maintain the windows and keep the doors as much as a lot of things, use as many of the bricks for the tower as was feasibly possible.
Mhm.
A third party could come in and not and just completely decide, well, we don't want to do that.
I see.
But
Okay.
and they would have the right to do that. So we're trying to put that in preemptively. The town was all on board with keeping everything was preserving everything as much as possible. So we sort of didn't need it.
I see. But how about this? I think this is what Wendy was saying. We're belaboring this, as always seems to be the case. Why couldn't this sort of thing be a condition of the sale or lease or whatever it would be, that, someone taking this over would have to manage the crafting of this historic preservation restriction, find someone to hold it, manage it, that would be their problem.
I guess because then the town would not have control to make sure that it met the requirements for preservation. I mean, how would we know what to ask for? Or maybe, could you build an approval?
Yeah, no, I think Ann's, I think that's a good question. I think the historic preservation guidelines that we received from Lynn in July that were sent over to the historical commissioner, referred from this board to the historical commission for review and comment, would be part of a procurement process.
Right.
And then whoever's bidding on it knows that that's what they're going to be held to. It would certainly be a requirement of a disposition that a binding historic preservation restriction be finalized and recorded. So they would know that going in. And I think, so the details of that could be worked out, much later in the process.
Mhm.
I think some of these questions of this question of who would hold the restriction came out of the historical commission's review.
Mhm.
Right.
So
Right.
I don't think it does need to be answered now, other than that we as a town need to know what direction are we going. I don't think it technically needs to be answered today or this fall for town meeting, but it's a question that's out there. It's a good question.
So would the town then have the ability to approve the historic preservation?
Oh, yeah, just like the conservation restriction.
Okay, all right.
Right.
So
It would
that
be-
was,
Yeah, it would be kind of a condition of the lease or the sale or whatever it is you're planning, but over the nature of the disposition, that would just be part of the terms that they would have to take care of all that. You know, Lynn Spencer's language, just let them do it if they want to rent a historic building.
But it kind of you know, we don't know what's gonna happen, you know, 11 years from now. So this kind of codifies that permanently. I guess that's, the town would probably not be changing things, but we don't know what would happen 11 years from now.
No, but that's what I'm saying. If you have the historic preservation restriction, it doesn't really matter who is the entity that manages putting it in place. It exists and has terms just as a conservation restriction does. So any future owner, use, et cetera, would be bound by that restriction as I understand.
Correct, yeah.
I don't
And
know.
I think
Go ahead.
there's no argument that there needs to be a preservation restriction of some sort. The question is, who would be best positioned and how to manage it, to do inspections, to enforce in case something goes south? That's the question, and I don't know that we need to answer it soon, because you need to have a live buyer, you know, and things need to happen, a lot of things need to happen before you get there. So, you know, maybe you don't need to talk about it a whole lot more tonight. I don't know.
well, I think these are the kinds of questions that the public will have as this process goes forward. And I mean, we can't solve them all right away, but I think we need to be able to provide intelligent answers to.
Well,
them, you know?
I think I was talking now, we've sort of answered some of the questions. I wasn't fully clear on.
One thing that comes to mind, so the decision's not ever been made in this disposition idea of whether we're talking sale or long-term lease. The town meeting already provides both of those options. In the event that the board preferred a lease option, you would remain the ownership entity for the building. That would definitely preclude you holding the CR, or not CR, the HPR. So I just wanted to put that out there, that if you transferred ownership, because at some point, one of you had said, could the select board itself hold the preservation restriction? That may be an option if you transfer ownership. It wouldn't be if it was a long-term lease. And I don't
No, but
know.
as the owner, we would, it would be as if we were doing it. We wouldn't be going against our own wishes anyway. If we were still the owner and we were leasing it, we do it the way, you know, the owner gets to decide how the building is.
So you're saying if it was a lease scenario, then you're saying that town's interest would already be secured because the leaseholder, any improvements they would make or changes they would make would need to be approved by you anyway.
Right.
What you're saying. But I think that idea of a historic preservation restriction is that that's just the idea. The fact of it is it specifies what are those historic elements that shall be preserved. You know, there was a sample. I sent it to you. I don't think I sent it in the whole board, but this one from Concord.
Mhm.
You know, it's a lengthy document with a lot of exhibits and an enormous amount of detail specifying, I mean, every historical feature, I mean, broken down by room within the building. And that was one that dealt with interior. I think what we're talking about here will just deal with exterior. But it articulates in specific detail what shall be preserved. And I think that's not only legally enforceable, but I think that's a lot cleaner than an idea of leasing it to someone and having them bring it to you for approvals. I think everyone's on the same page if you're clear about what are those historic elements that absolutely must be preserved. So I think you want that. I think that you want that historic preservation restriction, even if there's a lease. I could be wrong, but
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
I also personally think if we're gonna do this, my personal opinion would be sell it, don't lease it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
But
I agree with that. I think.
we don't need to
Moving
be
on,
in
yeah.
property management.
Right,
Oh, we
exactly.
want to do that. Especially one, just ones, no.
So as you saw from, materials in the packet, I have been invited to attend the commission meeting, historic commission meeting on Tuesday. I do plan to attend. And part of what I hope from this discussion is some guidance on these questions of what's your vision for who would hold the HPR. And I think we've advanced the ball a little bit with this discussion. Elisa, assuming there's no further discussion between now and Tuesday, do you think we're well prepared for Tuesday, or do you think we need to talk further about that aspect of the commission's question?
I think you know sort of what the questions are, and it boils down to the resources, and figuring that out. The rest of it would flow. And maybe it would be useful to consult with towns that do this more. Cambridge does, I know, and obviously Concord is doing it. Newburyport has one that's held by the historical commission and managed by the town planner. But they would know what the cost would be, I would assume, and what kinds of costs. And I think it will be pretty intense during the building process.
Jim, you know if Haverhill has any properties in this situation that?
Not off the top of my head. I think that it comes down to historic preservation stuff is not very talked about in the sense of, because it's not, once it's in place, unless there's a violation, it does anything past that first initial
The construct or
creation. So
I'm thinking of my time in Marshfield and Westford, each of whom care deeply about their historic resources, each of those towns. All of the buildings I'm thinking of were town owned.
Oh, okay.
I can't think of an instance in either of those towns that I was aware of where there was a preservation on a privately owned building that was held by the town.
Yeah, we want.
It seems to me like if the building was sold, part of the responsibility would be that like paying your, maintaining the landscaping. This would be maintaining the, cost of the historic certification. That just seems like that's just cost of doing business.
If it becomes a commercial building too, you're then dependent upon it, in perpetuity, being a usable commercial building. It's not, from a practical standpoint, it's not likely to become a home. So it would have to be a commercial building, and, if circumstances changed and it was no longer considered to be a practical building, for whatever reason, then what would happen?
Archie, I do think in that idea of the presumptive, let's say, buyer funding that over the long term, I still do think those funds would need to flow through the town in terms of them giving the town funds, who would then, whether the commission or the board, whoever held the restriction, would then engage a vendor. Otherwise, you'd have a clear conflict. You wouldn't want them paying directly the vendor who was responsible for
inspecting.
correct.
Yeah.
So you'd be dealing, I think, with like an escrow account type situation.
Yeah.
Which underlines the point that Lisa's making.
Yeah,
is,
somebody's gonna.
Someone's gotta do it, with some
Resources to manage it.
administration to it, even if we have, even if we're minimal involvement, there's still some involvement. Well, and even if, even if it's a third party doing it, they're reporting those findings to somebody, or the historical commission of this board, and if they find a problem, that somebody has to do something.
Well, that's just why I suggested the building inspector in that he has, she has enforcement capacity. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll definitely talk to Andy Fort. I've known Andy a long time, and I'd be really curious, to learn about his role in Newbury Port and with regard to this aspect of it.
Mhm.
He's a total pro.
So you said there's a chance this won't be on
For the zoning,
the, yeah,
well,
I thought they were, queued up to have a hearing. And
They,
everything.
so they met, 2 weeks ago and referred the language you have to council, got the comments back just a few hours ago. So the board, planning board will meet Tuesday, and if they want to go forward with a hearing on October 4th, they would need to basically refer that language to the newspaper in order to meet the notice requirements
Mhm.
on Tuesday night. So that's going to be the question is the planning board comfortable based on their input from town council referring that to public hearing? And I'm sure,
Okay. It is a pretty tight schedule.
and I do think, to circle back to the point Rick made early in the conversation, if the end user is going to need to go to ZBA anyway, for a change of use of a non-conforming structure, to me, that makes me look back at that earlier option in our current zoning of the finding of a special permit. If they have to go to ZBA anyway, maybe that ends up being a better way to get to where we're trying to get rather than a zoning.
So I guess that was my question. Can you just go to ZBA?
Yeah, I'm just concerned that would be, a negative for a potential buyer because there's no
Oh,
guarantee.
absolutely, no
Yeah.
question, it would be a negative, but as was also pointed out in that email, there's a dilemma. The select board can't very well
Take
go
it.
to the ZBA, because the ZBA essentially is appointed by the select board.
Mhm.
So, that has pretty odd appearance if we do that.
But if you don't do
Why
that,
why would we go to it?
Just to take
To
out.
take the
unknown.
uncertainty out.
Oh,
for-
get
for
it
the-
ahead of time.
Yeah.
you mean.
Right,
Oh, okay.
because somebody isn't, most people aren't gonna wanna invest a lot of money in something with no certainty that they'll ever be able to do anything with.
Okay.
And it would require, positive action by the ZBA in order for them to do anything with it.
Okay.
It's, there's no easy path.
This is the gift that keeps on giving
There's no easy path.
for a
So,
dollar.
did you
No,
get
it wasn't a
any-
gift, it was $1, I think.
Yeah, that's right. Did you get any feedback from Stan?
First dollar investment.
Okay, so you know, okay.
he hasn't looked at it yet.
All right.
As far as, this updated scope with Spencer Preservation Group, page 66 and 67. As far as I was concerned, I thought this was responsive to what we were looking for, but I haven't gotten him signed it. Just hear from you all. Do you think this is what we're looking for?
I think it is. I'm concerned about her workload. I just want to make sure that, that we get the work products in a timely manner. She's pretty swamped.
Yeah.
But
You contrast that with, going back to
Mhm.
square one with someone new, it's.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, do you get any sense that things are lighting up for, her, or is this?
I mean.
I'm just looking at her email. Yeah.
So, Elisa, while we have you, leaving aside just for the moment, the administrative aspects of a historic preservation restriction. We had received and sent over the commission for review the historic preservation guidelines. Do you think on Tuesday, the commission would talk about those in substance and offer some feedback on the substance of those?
I think it could, for sure, because we've had it for a week or so, no, a couple weeks, so yeah.
Yeah, just in terms of substantively, are those in the ballpark in terms of effectively stating those aspects of the building that are important to preserve?
So do you need a motion to approve this? I mean,
No.
yeah, okay.
So, okay, I think we're done with that. G.
Okay.
I did, in a conversation with Elisa yesterday, I did mention to her the work on, the paid school structural feasibility. I don't know, if you want to go ahead to that or go back to the warrant articles, but I did let her know that, about the idea of a working group to get the scope right, and, she did express she'd be happy to be a resource and be part of that, as long as it's a finite duration thing, and I told her that's the idea.
Yeah,
Not a new standing committee, more of like a 2 to 3 meeting kind of working group task force
Mhm.
type thing. So where would you want to go to the paid school, or do you want to go back to the warrant articles?
Okay, so we can talk about the page. Well, that shouldn't take more than a few minutes.
So I put a draft scope. I don't know if this is close or if you want to tweak this. But I thought.
Okay, what page?
Page 70. And I'll go ahead and put this up on the screen too, just in case.
have you been able to confirm interest by the parties that we,
Right,
Not everybody, no.
about Nathan County?
I haven't spoken with him. And I can't speak for him. I think he will be.
It seems
I think
like
he'll
he
be
will.
delighted. to
Yeah.
be, But I haven't reached out specifically.
87?
70.
70.
Oh, 70.
No, I think this is really good.
One thing that isn't specified, but definitely could be, Elisa definitely said, a comprehensive tour of the facility
Mhm.
early on would be necessary for the working group to have the foundation it needs, and I told her that's absolutely great. I did talk and meet with the principal, Emily, on Monday. She's delighted to be part of this, and said that as principal that she spends, in her estimation, 40% of her time dealing with the building.
Oh my gosh.
Really?
That's what she said.
So what are you thinking as far as the time frame? 6 months or?
I was more thinking the end of the calendar year,
Oh, really? Okay.
just because this is just to get the scope
Right.
of work.
Yeah.
So we can get someone hired and, you know, obviously it's a big priority, so.
Those, 3 months then? Yeah.
That's
roughly.
4,
Yeah.
you know,
3 or 4.
That's 4. And I.
This
don't
is
think it
not
should-
to-
I don't
to
think it
do
should take
I
that
don't think
long.
I don't think it should take that long,
No.
no. That's more than it.
Yeah, because we have all the materials from 2009.
Mhm.
Yeah, and we can reach it. I know Wayne and I last winter, when we put together the article proposal, got a sample from a town in Western Mass of similar work. We have their report, we don't have the scope, but I think we could populate things with a couple of samples, and to prime the pump, but it's just getting the scope right.
Mhm.
And there've undoubtedly, since 2009, since the previous study, there have undoubtedly been a lot more ugly things that showed up.
There have been things that have been done since then and.
But actually, remember, a lot of stuff was made healthier after the flood.
Mhm.
A lot of stuff was dealt with. It was. How much money was that? Several $100,000. Flooring was removed, and then there was the ASB word turned up, and
Mhm.
the MOL word, and so lots of things were addressed that weren't even expected to be addressed because of the flood, but were then improved, yeah. A lot of plumbing was improved.
Mhm. So is this the kind of thing we would invite these people into a meeting, or could this just be rolled out like this and without?
I
formal
think,
appointment?
I'm a little uncomfortable with, I put the names in, so I shouldn't, but that's a hoped for composition, maybe if you do like the charge, here, maybe you vote that and maybe leave out the composition or genericize it just because we haven't, that specific, we know, Greg Haddon, Bob Danforth and myself, Emily, Justin, Wayne, you guys would presumably designate someone tonight.
I think we did.
Yeah,
We're
I
pretty-
think.
Oh, was that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I did forget that. So it's really, it's Elisa has said she's willing as long as it's a finite duration. Gary and Nathan are really the only two we
Okay.
haven't specifically asked. Maybe they're watching tonight.
Somehow I know.
Their ears are burning.
Well, I kind of feel like time is of the essence here.
Yeah, I think
Things
we
are
gotta get
crumbling
all
as
of
we
one.
speak.
Yeah, no, if we're gonna do it, we gotta start moving on,
Mhm.
and we are gonna do it, so we should start moving on.
So maybe, could we figure out alternates for the two unknowns, so that, or a more generic description of,
You could vote it, contingent upon the willingness to serve of those who are named, and then, if one or both of them would prefer not to, you
Then
could either
we're
go
gonna
with
meet
who
the
remains, or you could decide to add one or two
Okay.
new people at the next meeting.
So
could we
the
just
i-
say two residents? I mean, they're both listed as residents, and then.
Yeah,
If we
That's
can't.
good, yeah.
That's a good idea.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna make a motion that
Yeah.
we make a motion that we adopt the draft page school structural feasibility study working group that Angus put together with the substitution of just two residents as opposed to specific names as shown here, and but reaching out to those specified.
And what about the date of the presentation? Do we want to set a date for when that will happen to the
Yeah.
select board? No later than December 1st, or? I mean, not that we should do the end of the year.
No, great minds think alike, because I was gonna say November 30th, so.
No.
Yeah,
Nothing's gonna get done in December.
Mhm.
yeah, very little gets done in December, but I think when it's our first meeting in December. Not that I don't have that in my calendar yet, but we can make a stand.
The 5th would be when it would normally fall,
Yeah.
December 5th.
Okay.
Maybe no later than December 5th.
Okay,
Okay.
And I'll go ahead and add something, to just make it crystal clear, there's a tour
Mhm.
part of it.
Yeah.
For the building. I think that's gonna be worth it.
My only thought is, should we have Angus, should we have a top 10, or do we want to just have like every single thing that needs to be dealt with?
I think as close to comprehensive as we can get.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think you want to try to, because you want to really understand how bad it is or how good.
I mean, you remember that there was that food warmer back in 2018 that needed replacement. Turned out to be our obligation. That wasn't on anybody's radar. Remember that? That was
Right.
like $18,000
Mhm.
piece of kitchen equipment. So second.
yeah, second.
Second,
So I have a question, or a discussion. Angus, what would your role be in this?
I attend the meetings and help make sure that they have the information. There's a lot of background information, obviously, the 2009, but there's other things rummaging around in the files.
Mhm.
And I think one of the first things we would want to do is set up a web page that we can start to upload a lot of this and just make sure the committee, but also the community has, there's just so much on file.
Yeah.
So I think helping to make sure they have the information they need to operate. This is also something our new DPW staff person would be in right on the ground floor
Great.
and definitely will be involved with.
So would that person provide administrative support to this group rather than you?
Yeah, I think that person can help a lot. And yeah, I don't expect it to be a huge time
Okay.
issue for me. And this is one of the more important issues we've got right now.
Mhm.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
I get thrown off when we get out of order, and then
Now we're back to that supplemental packet for the
oh, right,
articles.
okay.
And again, for those working from home, that is
STM. Oh, yeah.
that's part of this. It's all, I just sent that separately. So they would know it was new. But that's okay. There's some.
Okay, we are now going to basically see which articles we want to keep on the warrant, that have been proposed that we want to keep on the warrant. So we'll just go in order. The funds transfer to the Affordable Housing Trust. So the trust having been recently approved by the Attorney General, it is now has the capability of being able to administer and receive and administer funds. So that's all legal now. So that's what the warrant article is about.
To transfer the funds to the trust, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So what was I gonna say? The funds are in what kind of an account are they in now, Angus?
It's a fund balance account, reserved for appropriation for a specified purpose, which is inclusionary housing.
Okay,
So it's really this, as you know, from, when the bylaw was done, it was always intended that those funds go.
oh, exactly, yeah. Okay,
Yeah, and it makes sense to do it now because then the funds can actually be used. And if something were to, if an opportunity were to come up and the funds were not, had not been transferred, then town meeting would have to vote on it one way or another, right?
We have expended funds from this.
Oh, okay.
Under
So
those
it
interim
doesn't-
regulations.
So it's in the
But
current
it
account,
cleans
it
it up.
doesn't require a town meeting vote to.
No, there were those interim regs that were approved, because under the bylaw it specifies they can be approved with consent of the select board and planning board, so the two boards approve regs.
so Angus, the housing consultant that we've been using, paying from those funds, should you leave some part of it in that unencumbered to the trust, or have the trust pay that person? from
Trust
now
will
on?
pay that person. And I'm very comfortable, the trust had its first meeting a couple of weeks ago, and I was really specific. I said, I need to make sure you guys are supportive, because these kind of things, and they're totally.
Well, I didn't know if she has an
Yeah, no,
annual
I'm very
contract
comfortable that
or
the trust is
just per
gonna be-
DM, or how it works, okay.
It's as needed.
Okay.
Basically, the only recurring cost is the annual monitoring, and that's on a per unit basis. That's with Lynn Sweet. And then the more support to the trust is on an hourly basis with Liz Rust's firm and the.
So
trust-
the annual verifications.
Yeah, that's the known one. And then, of course, the big thing is if a unit comes up for resale, that's when you get into some bigger dollars.
Okay,
That could be, $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 to administer a unit resale on a housing lottery, pre-qualify the applicants, all of that stuff. But the trust was very understanding that is part of what we'll need these funds for. And I don't anticipate any.
So,
any concern.
so the existing account will be where any in lieu of funds, any new in lieu of funds? would
No,
go,
any
or
new and
will
lieu
they-
of funds would go into the trust.
Will directly go into the trust, okay.
oh,
Yeah,
future.
because the way the bylaw is written is it says they would go into a housing trust
Okay,
once one's set up.
okay, all right, that's right.
Oh, that's what
Yeah,
it says
yeah,
anyway.
Yeah, that arrangement was an interim thing until the trust. was-
Okay,
And we did get word that the trust was approved, right?
Right,
And
yeah,
that was-
yeah.
Just a couple days ago. Yeah.
And I posted it yesterday, so it's official.
Awesome.
Land, yes.
And they
do
meet.
you have a little logo and a flag yet?
Not yet.
So we need a motion.
You need a
We need
flag.
a motion for each one of these articles.
No, I would not,
No,
I wouldn't say so,
No.
unless if you wanted to recommend something, that would be a motion, but just to put it.
well, I would say, so that we don't have to do it later. Is there any reason we would be against
No, I think
doing
this
this
is real.
article?
Okay,
I make a motion that we approve the funds transfer to the Affordable Housing Trust
as an article,
as an
Second.
article, yeah.
second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So we don't have to vote that one.
But I think, yeah, so Archie's saying to recommend it, not just put it on.
Yeah, but so that we have a 3-0 vote on the,
Yeah,
Oh,
that's great.
Okay.
That's great, because, and any of those you feel
That's a good
comfortable
point.
with, it's great, because
right,
the next FinCom meeting is this Wednesday, so I'll be, I talked to Chris Weil today, we'll be posting an agenda tomorrow, so some number of these, need to be ready for prime time, basically tomorrow for their packet, so that's great that you did that.
okay, I don't have enough information to know much about the new software for assessing, so do you know much about that, Angus, or no?
No more than what's in
Okay.
here, I did confirm with Christian today, he is available to attend next week's FinCom meeting, so this will be on their agenda next Wednesday, and Christian will be there to present it.
Okay,
And I did tell him, you know, we're gonna need more backup. So there's a fair amount of money. And I did verify with him that the Board of Assessors did vote this, they did vote to request this, and I told him it would be good to get the meeting minutes or the form of whatever, just any backup they have, because they've obviously, I know they've been talking about this for a while. This is not a new idea, it's just really.
which made me think, whatever happened to that vote about the utilities and the,
You saw that, yeah, there was a reval. There was a consultant was engaged.
right,
They revalued the utilities, and that was part of why our assessed values in FY 22 jumped. Is because all the utility.
oh, I didn't know,
Oh, yeah.
really?
Oh, yeah, no, it added a lot of value.
Oh, okay.
Did this, this particular software, did we look at this back 2 years or so ago? Was it, I thought there was some new assessing software that had been discussed quite a ways back. And,
Yeah, it seems familiar to me as well, like,
yeah,
I believe Christian had brought this to the Board of Assessors prior to them signing a new contract with Patriot. He was very new at that time.
Yeah.
I think it was shortly after he was hired. And at that time, they were not comfortable making a change.
okay.
At this point, they are recommending a change. Right? But again, this is all I have, and I told them we're really gonna need more backup. And I know it's on file because this board approved it. They obviously, you know, they had enough information. They were satisfied, but.
So there's no reason at the moment we want to get rid of it though, right?
No.
Okay,
In terms of, if you agree, I would invite them into the September 12th meeting to present the article.
yeah,
So we'll keep it on and then defer on the recommendation.
Okay, so the conservation outreach mailing,
Mm,
is that necessary? So I know you do mailings on a, not a regular basis, but, you know, a few times a year, I think.
My office does our own mail. This
Yeah,
would be from the
okay.
Conservation Commission.
Yeah, okay,
We have a postage budget, you
Yeah.
know, in the finance department.
Okay.
We,
but that can't be used for other.
it could, but we don't budget it with like all this extra money. We
Okay.
budget it based on the typical amount of accounts we do. It's not down to a penny, obviously,
Okay,
but
yeah.
it wouldn't account for.
With the excessive amount of mailings that we're gonna be doing because of elections this year. If we don't go past it, it'll be right to the.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
And also, I think I, not to speak for her, but I spoke briefly with Michelle about it. She was just asking me general questions about cost and things like that. So that's where the cost estimate comes from. It's just like, because I mail the entire town every year.
Yep.
So that's where she got her cost estimate from. And that the idea would be that they would mail the entire town to get feedback.
I'm just not sure how effective it would be. No,
I did have a conversation about whether this would be eligible for the wetlands fund. And neither of us think it is.
Seems like a
Just
reach.
FYI.
Yeah.
Neither Michelle nor I think it would be eligible.
I would like to know what other ideas they had to get input. I could just foresee all these mailers being tossed in the recycling without being effective. There must be a reason they're proposing this, so I'd be curious to know what they considered.
See, I guess I see that a little differently. I mean, I'm sure there'll be an opportunity to respond online as well, but some people aren't gonna do that. Some people aren't gonna respond that way. And if something comes in the mail, you know, I think it's important to get as much community feedback as possible. You know, regarding the wetlands, you know, a proposed wetland bylaw. And, you know, and just to notify people as as broadly as possible. And,
Well,
and, you know, even if this is only 20% effective, if that 20% is 20% who wouldn't otherwise have known about it, then
One thing that I'm just thinking about now, but and this is just a placeholder, so we don't need all the details, but I do know there are definitely restrictions on what type of mailing a town can do with public dollars, and it cannot in any way be like advocacy, it could be informational, so there would be some amount of work that, you know, we would, at least my office would want to be involved with making sure the content is allowable.
yep, okay.
Hmm.
That it's very neutral.
I mean, it's,
Yeah.
but this is going to be written with like, the questions will be, when did you stop beating your wife, kinds of questions.
Then it's got to be rewritten.
Yeah, I know, but it has, I gotta see it before it goes out, because it'll be like, you want to keep West Newbury from being polluted or something. The people that will respond will be people that I don't know, it's not this is not how we generate a town bylaw, just sending out a survey to see what people think about things. If it's a good idea, give me your best shot, and then we'll go from there. But you don't create legislation by asking the public to give them, to write it for you. And this is like sending out a survey. Do you think we should have speeding, speed traps or something? I mean, it's way too open-ended to, I don't know, it just doesn't make sense to me.
I thought they were talking about having like workshops on the weekends and that kind of thing. The meeting I went to, that's what they were talking about, community engagement. But
I'm not saying anything about that.
this
There
was
was,
after when they
there
decided,
was, all I know is,
Oh,
There
you're
was
saying
a-
when they decided back.
when they decided to pull the bylaw, that was the discussion. How can we get engagement and educate people? And they were talking about having some, public hearings, and I feel like their budget should pay for legal notification for public hearing. I mean, it seems like,
Yeah,
well, that's part, I think that's proposed part of this money. It's
The-
not a lot of money, but just,
all I know was there was public comment by several people. And absolutely not one period, comma, or word was changed, so.
I would have to disagree with that assessment. But I wonder if this is a way, like a trial balloon, to see how people react to town meeting. You know what I mean?
It's what?
Like a trial balloon to see what kind of,
Oh,
I can just see this one article taking an hour of discussion. Because of all the, the backstory to it.
like this alone as an article, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
well, and I do think this issue of kind of content, and
That's gonna be
that's
tricky.
gonna be, well, and the way, obviously, this is just an email, it's not a, and I told Michelle this was fine to
Oh, yeah.
get something on the table for discussion. But I think, in terms of, if it does in fact become an article, maybe in specifying, who oversees that funds, I mean, just because they put it out there doesn't mean they'd have to oversee the funds. I do envision that being a conflict point
Mhm.
in terms of.
What do you mean?
If they prepare content, I mean, for instance, saying if the, if the commission, chose to do, flyer, brochure, postcard. But getting into the restrictions I mentioned about you can't use public dollars
Oh.
for electioneering or advocacy, it's really gotta be, informational. That, you can well imagine that being, there's some subjectivity potentially there.
Yeah, no, who writes it makes all the difference in the world.
Yeah.
And how it's presented, yeah. Well, so what are people's thoughts? Should,
I mean, I am in favor of a bylaw, but I find that this, the idea of asking for town money to pay for helping to prepare a bylaw is a little bit tricky, you know. I think people will view it as, not a conflict, but, you know, questionable. I think it would be great if they solicit more public input. And I'm not sure this is the way to do it.
I mean, actually, that one thing, what you're saying makes me think of is what message does it send if we essentially tell the voters that in order for us to engage public input, we need to spend $20,000
Right.
taxpayer money.
Yeah.
I'd like to think we solicit public input all the time. Sometimes bigger megaphone, sometimes it's just posted somewhere, but I'd hate to think that every time we have a major public initiative and there's paying them, there's some thought that we've got to do.
Well, that's a good
Spend this
point.
kind
I
of
mean,
money to
where does it stop?
Newspaper
No,
is there.
Angus, where does it stop? I mean, why this one and not
Yeah.
another? That's a good point. When
well, it sounds to me as though, both of you are inclined to not go.
How about this for a suggestion? I mean, how about if, I could let Michelle and the commission know that, the board is really interested in knowing what's your thought on public outreach related to not just, informing people about a proposed bylaw, but inviting their input in the preparation of the proposed bylaw. They're not convinced that takes money to do that. Can you come to the next meeting and talk with the board about why you do think it takes money to do that? And then the board can either put it on the warrant or not.
I would also include why it takes money and how you would thread that line between, why.
but like, why does this bylaw get funding to be? It's obviously going to be pro doing it. They're not having a bylaw to not have it. They're not having a mailing to think we don't need a bylaw. So why, as opposed to any other bylaw change that we have to spend money to advocate for it? That doesn't make any sense. It's definitely advocating for it, even though it's masquerading as outreach. That's what it really is.
Yeah, I think the advantage to Angus's suggestion is that she offered to come tonight and she was probably told it wasn't necessary.
Well, no, what happened, so she sent this last week when we thought it was gonna be a
Oh, I
Monday
see.
meeting, yes, with me being sick and me get rescheduled. She probably would have, in fact, I know she would have been available to come tonight. I didn't know that we'd get into this level of discussion.
Yeah,
But yeah, I think it'd be good to invite them and see what they have to say. When's their normal meeting? So do they meet at 12? I think that's supposed to. But even if they do, I think they start at 7:30.
Mhm.
This was taken up early. The 8th, that's actually. But Wednesday, they normally meet Mondays, so just check what's on the calendar. Okay, no, they made the 19th, so they're not meeting the 12th. So they're meeting the 8th. But they moved their meeting because of the election. So keep a placeholder, invite them in to make their case, and then you can always follow it up later. I think if you want to have a dialogue with the commission, that's the right approach. I think if you pull it off and then invite them in, it's going to be a different conversation.
I'm not changing my mind. But,
I feel like in fairness to, a staff member who put effort into preparing this, we ought to give her the chance to. say
Okay.
That's, I'm not in favor of it at this point, but I feel like it's a courtesy in her.
That's true.
Okay. Next, we've got the CPC. Do you want to speak to those?
Sure,
I mean, I think the historical property, you guys all know about that.
the survey.
Just the revoting the phase 3.
Yeah.
Well, they just want to extend the time limit.
Well,
basically.
since they
Also a little
already
bit-
expired.
Yeah, and then also a little bit more money. They voted to increase it to 30,000.
It
Is
was
that right,
like
Elisa?
$5,000 more,
No,
right,
but-
or something.
No, because they got 12.5.
Yeah.
The state grant was 15, but then remember we did the $2,500 free cash this past spring. That's all.
Okay,
That's still
I
there.
think the vote at the meeting was to increase it to 30,000. Is that right, Elisa?
So we needed another chunk, and I think it was about another 5,000, and we did get that. That was discreet. But the problem here was that the finance committee attached a deadline that was not consistent with the way it actually works. The application for the warrant article made it clear that there was no way that this was going to terminate until the end of 2023 or beyond. But for some reason, somehow there was a sunset date that was incompatible with the way the Massachusetts Historical Commission works this. So therefore, we're just doing this exercise again to cure the sunset.
I thought when the bids were opened at the meeting that there was some discussion about it being higher.
I know what you're saying because it's a reimbursement grant, so the full amount would need to be appropriated. And so even though there was a standalone warrant article for 2,500,
Right,
you'd still need 27.5.
to bring it up to the full amount.
Yeah, I follow. Yeah.
Is that right, Elisa?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we did get that, and that has an appropriate sunset date. The small incremental amount is okay.
Okay. So I guess the wording of this is,
I just dropped in the
Yeah.
wording of what.
it sounds like two different, you're acknowledging what I'm saying about the
Yeah.
different amount.
Yeah.
So does that need to be in the language of the
Oh,
warrant
yeah.
article?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So actually, I'm confused now. So
initially-
I understand it's a reimbursable. I understand that. But I didn't realize that there was actually 27.5. I thought, where does the number 27.5?
So they came in initially looking for 25,000,
Yeah.
anticipating 12.5 would be the net cost.
Okay,
The actual cost ended up, the grant from the state ended up being for 15 as a 50% match for a $30,000 project.
okay.
Before we realized the issue with the sunset date, we picked up on the fact that the 12.5 wouldn't be 50% of 30. So we did a separate warrant article this past spring, just for $2,500 for free cash, not CPC. So that $2,500 is still on. the books.
And we voted
Still
that?
available.
That passed?
That passed.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's already on the books and available. But the 12.5 having been sunset, is.
Okay, yeah, no,
I get
understand
that,
but
yeah, okay.
I didn't realize that there was another 15 that had been,
Well, this is another 50.
Was the 15 from the state, but it's because it's a reimbursement grant. You gotta appropriate.
We gotta-
the amount.
but when did we appropriate the whole amount?
That's.
So we appropriated the 15,000
Yeah,
for starters,
Yeah.
but that had the flaw of the wrong sunset date. Then this Massachusetts Historical Commission said, we want to up the total amount to $30,000, which meant that we needed another $2,500. And that was the free cash, and that one's okay.
Said the first thing wrong. It should have been 12.
I just,
So
I'm
what-
confused about the reimbursement part. If we had to appropriate the full amount and then get reimbursed, and why didn't we have to appropriate the 15,000 that we're then gonna get back from the state? That's what I'm confused about. It doesn't, maybe.
We
it's-
did, only it had the wrong sunset date. So now we're doing it again.
We
So-
appropriated 30.
Okay, well, that's
We
what.
appropriated, we appropriated
25 and then 20 and then another 2,500.
Yeah, okay.
And I thought the bid was open and it was 30.
Yeah,
The
Okay.
bid was open and it was, I think, 28 or 29.
And 29 something, for some reason I don't remember.
Okay. Bottom line is,
So we need another.
I think
couple
we need another, we need to do this, and I don't disagree with it. So that's-
I think we need 27.5.
Okay,
So we actually need to add another 2,500.
Yeah.
If we have to appropriate the whole thing, we're only at 2,750.
Yeah.
Right?
Hey,
27,500, right? Yeah.
I dropped in the last one, just so you'd have something in front of you.
Mhm.
I created confusion by doing that.
No,
I didn't mean to do
it's
that.
me, because I remembered it at the meeting, them opening the bid and then realizing that it was higher than the cumulative amount of money allotted. So that's, and I wasn't clear on all the details, so,
So let's make sure this time we get it.
right.
that would be really tragic if you feel like.
Tragic is not the word I would use, but I understand your point.
So if the 2,500 doesn't actually seem like it's enough.
I'm not sure.
No, that's why you need 27,500 to get the total amount.
Oh, got it. Okay.
All right. So I move that we,
I understand it now.
so we're not gonna do these individually, or are we?
Yeah,
All right, so I move that we add this article to the warrant.
oh, not to add it, no, if you want to recommend it, that's what you were.
All right.
You want to go for it? I want to go for it.
Yes.
yeah.
Second,
All those in favor? Aye. I get it now.
Thank you.
The 2,500 is already in there. Yes. Okay. Don't know much about Arms House.
So that is,
phones are very.
yeah, so that's to do ground penetrating radar at the Alms House Cemetery. Why are you looking at me like that?
I know. So what are we gonna do with this information?
So it's part, well, Elisa, do you want to speak to that? Or do you want me to?
So it will locate where the graves are. And ideally, we would find a way of marking them. And we would also then put onto our website portion about the Alms House Cemetery, a map of the location of the graves, which will help us ideally better preserve and keep people from digging or doing things in that area. That's the idea.
So there's no intent to actually identify these people.
Well, we did our best to identify who died in the time frame that would have been applicable.
Yeah,
And we did our best to identify who seemed to be buried by the Alms House master. So we've done as much, but we're not gonna, I mean, I doubt anybody had a metal thing outlining their name or something buried with them. So unless there's some enormously distinguishing characteristic in a bone that they see, no, we're not going to be able to match up grave sites with people.
The idea is to identify the number of graves and put markers
okay.
and that kind of thing. So the question that that came up is, this is a relatively small dollar amount, and is it worth the administrative cost of administering CPA funding for the small project? It was approved by the CPC, but there have been discussions about should we have a minimum project size, because it does cost money to, administer it from a, from a town staff resources level.
Yeah, I think the idea maybe would be funded, but through free cash would be an alternative.
Yeah.
And I don't want to overstate the cost. They are more for projects that transcend multiple fiscal years as opposed to this that would be
So one.
initiated and closed out.
But there is a,
But there is.
there is- no, but there is- but there is a, part of CPA funding is designated administrative.
But I think what Wendy's referring to is more the financial reporting that my office does to DOR every year, like the CP2 or the CP3. That's the thing that people overlook.
Okay.
That having that extra project with the extra narrative, and it's just one more project that in for as long as CPC, like for years and years and years to come. What again, where something like this, where it comes up and closed out in the same fiscal year, that does make it simpler because you're not needing to do those multiple reports to DOR. But once it's a CPC project, it's a CPC project forever. And it's part of our annual reporting to DOR. I'm amenable whichever way you want to go. There is some time it takes to administer a CPC project. Generally, I think $2,500 is not a lot of money. And if it was up to me, I'd say fund it for free cash. But some of the kind of administrative overhead is already done because they already did the work of preparing the proposal and the forms and all of that. I consider as like extra administrative work. It could have been a one-page, article proposal. It's just a lot simpler.
I like the idea of funding this, the CPA funding. I think it's very clean cut, and I think I don't want to take any chance that it would get voted down for some reason. It's free cash. I think it's easier for the public to go if it's already.
And it is a nice feather in the cap of the CPC because
It seems very CPC-like.
It does. It is. Yes. Yeah, I don't have any objection for that.
Okay. So are you ready to
Yeah.
amend it? Right,
Amend it? No.
recommend.
Oh, yes, yes.
So somebody else should make the motion.
I'll make a motion to recommend it.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye. So the next one is on the river access committee. Did you want to speak to that? Or do you want me?
Well, I think if the question is just to keep it on the warrant or not,
Yeah, I guess that's really all we should do. The scope is still being discussed, so there's really, we can really recommend it, right? That'd be
right,
pretty
yeah,
sure.
because it's not in front of you, and I do think if the CPC recommends it in a form that is different than what this board already saw and kind of endorsed, I think it should come back to this board to re-endorse it or not, depending on the broad and scope and whether you support that approach.
See, I just sort of have a editorial comment about, and I had spoken to Angus about this yesterday, that this is kind of the CPC is kind of the checkpoint or whatever you might say, but I don't think they should be recommending projects or changing projects. They are the yes, no on whether it fits into CPC guidelines and is appropriate. But to me, and I gave this analogy to Angus, that it's like the Capital Improvements Committee saying to the Board of Fire Engineers, well, we don't think you need a pump, or we think you need 2 ladder trucks or whatever. It seems like the capital improvements committee votes up or down on whether, or gives a score on whether they think it's a good project, but they don't try to tell the fire department what kind of fire trucks to buy. And it seems like the CPC in this case is trying to change the intent of what the River Access Committee did, and by just changing the recommendations of where they should look, and I don't know, that just seems like that's not what the CPC isn't supposed to be generating projects on their own. And especially because in reading the commentary, one of the minute from the minutes, one of the, I don't quote me because I don't know who said it, but I agreed with the person that the property on River Road was we agreed to work with Greenbelt on that property, when one of the reasons that the voters went along with it, and one of the positives of that was that was one of a potential small river access in that area was one of the reasons to go for it, and instead of saying that's not a good spot. Well, that was one of the reasons we went in on it. I can't speak for all the other voters. I don't know, but
No, but clearly it was discussed.
but it was certainly mentioned as one of the reasons to support.
Yeah, no, it was part of the justification.
Yeah,
for-
exactly. Yeah, you're saying it much better than me, but you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the person that was making that statement also noted that the perception by many members of the public was that Greenbelt was going to take care of this, and that it wasn't going to become a town.
Well,
And I'm not saying that's accurate, but that is the perception. So I think some people are still,
yeah,
struggling with
yeah,
that.
because I think it was pretty, to me at least, of course, I had a different perspective because I was listening to this all the way through, but
Mhm.
I think it was pretty clearly explained that, that there was an option for the town to, put in a river access, and that Greenbelt also had that option, but was not obligated
Not
to do it.
interested. Yeah.
Right, and so we were sort of like the first taker at that, or the first,
Right. Well, I mean, I just want to say, I was at the meeting, obviously, and the intent was not to dictate the project. There was some concern about it and some opinions expressed that indicated that it would get voted down. And so I was trying to build consensus and move forward with it, and, was trying to encourage commentary from the CPC and find a way that we could approve it.
Yeah.
So, the intent was not to tell them what to do or to, create the project. It was just trying to get support for it.
yeah,
So, and it seemed at the time that the members of the River Access Committee welcomed that input. So, so I have some work to do to make sure that the CPC is not perceived as, dictating what projects are proposed. So the way that it was left is the River Access Committee was going to go back and consider it and revise the scope, but it sounds now that maybe that's not what's going to happen. Angus, do you have any insight on where things stand?
I don't. I had reached out to the two members, one of whom obviously is here and meeting with us. I spoke to each of them individually. They have not convened as a body since then. And I don't know if there is. I don't want to release on the spot, but that's not something we talked about specifically as to
Okay.
whether they were going to resubmit for the next CPC meeting. At least is that something that's.
I think it's still in flux. I really haven't had a chance to discuss this further with Barry. So I think it's just not quite ready for prime time.
So if I can just ask, in reading through this, somebody had suggested that there were 4 different potential points of river access and that they all ought to be included here and that, you know, that wasn't what was proposed by the River Access Committee to begin with. And yeah, I mean, I sort of agree with Archie, whoever was driving that issue, it seems to me it's sort of like, that's not the CPC's business to change a project.
It was a
But-
suggestion. It
Yeah,
wasn't,
okay,
you know, it wasn't trying
Okay.
to drive the process.
okay,
A lot of the concerns were raised that we have identified potential sites in the past and they haven't
Yeah.
been pursued to this level.
yeah,
So I think the suggestion was, you know, identify them all, you know, what permitting is required, and then whichever one is the best fit, proceed with the permitting on that one. So.
Yeah.
But, you know,
but-
perhaps this is better, you know, better free cash.
but at this point, as things currently stand, it's just looking at the River Road.
I don't know, because
Oh.
the way the meeting was left, they were gonna go back and revise the scope to
Okay.
agree with what was proposed at
Okay.
the meeting, so,
Yeah.
so I don't know, maybe
Yeah,
they'll
okay.
decide not to. or
Yeah, I
maybe
hope
they-
they do, because I think it complicates things absurdly to.
Yeah.
To pull everything into.
More, sometimes more choices make things more difficult.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't be a public choice, it would be the River Access Committee's
Yeah.
choice along with the consultant. But, I mean, I think,
And this board,
yeah, right.
yeah.
I think the concerns that were raised in that CPC microcosm of our community are the same things that are gonna come up in town meetings. So I don't think it was a bad discussion, you know, it wasn't railroad anything,
Oh,
yeah. I think it's good to be prepared. for
I
that
would
big
say
topic.
that it was not railroading. And you know, the long term, and this is into the future, this is years into the future, is to have sort of like a string of access sites. So it's not like everybody's saying no to other ones at all. But it's just a matter of, you know, we saw the charge of the vote for the river access associated with that Huffnagel property. And we're focusing on that. So, but again, the whole thing is in flux right now. So I haven't spoken with Jerry lately. So I really can't say what's going to happen next.
I will say, and I don't want to speak for Barry, other than I'll say 1 or 2 things that I know for sure, just because he was clear on this. He was clear that there shouldn't be any expectation that there's any, you know, study of any of this that the town does not have control of. You know, it just should be focused on land that's under the town's control. And secondly, he kind of reminded me, and he's 100% spot on, that part of the River Access Committee's rationale of pursuing, you know, a more targeted approach rather than what he's describing in an email as a holistic approach, was to establish you know, get something done, establish a win, kind of have a tangible, you know, proven success, you know, and where the CR specifically contemplated this. It's not low hanging fruit by any means. It's not, it's an ambitious proposal. There's a lot of permitting aspects, there's neighbor aspects, there's, you know, questions within the CR where it specifies 1 parking location with 2. So just this one thing is not a simple thing to take on. It's not low hanging fruit, but in the context of others, it's the clearest path that the River Access Committee saw. I agree with them, by the way, and they came to this board in late June seeking your endorsement of that approach. You gave it, and that's, you know, everything that is followed from that. So he did say on the phone call we had yesterday morning that, you know, if it felt like it wasn't the right time, you know, I think I can safely say for Barry that he'd rather back off and maybe look at it for the spring rather than try to push something forward if it's going to be a big, you know, big controversy or.
what do you think about that one?
Pushing it out to the spring,
Yeah,
yeah,
is that gonna help or?
I don't think it's gonna change it as far as the CPC, but,
See, that's funny. I don't understand why it's controversial.
Well, one of the other comments that, I mean, by the way, the minutes that were in the packet were draft form, they haven't been reviewed by the committee, but one of the comments was we're gonna spend $30,000 to study this when it would cost less than that to put 2 parking spots in, you know, just passing that along. There were concerns that it was another study. We have so many studies going on right now that tend to be open-ended and public input, and just the feeling that we're spending too much money studying things rather than doing things. So
Yeah, I don't, personally, I don't really think of it as a study so much as it's like design and engineering and permit. I mean, it's not like, what should we do? It's this is what we're trying to do and what's it gonna take to do that so that a actual, subsequent proposal to actually fund the work. That's what was talked about in June, you know, with the River
Yeah.
Access Committee.
I guess that, there was some discussion about, is it necessary to have a public participation process? Can't they just come to a river access committee meeting or select board meeting? And would the same consultant that provides, public visioning be the same kind of consultant that would do engineering and permitting? And I think not, but that was another aspect
okay.
of the concession, there's discussion. So it may just be that there was emphasis placed on that, and that was maybe a minor part of the scope.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing that now.
So Wendy, some of the money was for,
Like what we did in Mill Pond with Trent.
okay,
I think
okay,
that's how it was perceived. but
Okay,
maybe
Yeah,
not
that's not what
intended.
okay.
But I see the language and I have to, I see that language. So,
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so what do we want to do?
So could we keep this on the warrant? I mean, and if it evolves that it's gonna change, and we just take it off, or?
Sure.
Okay,
I
okay.
recommend that we keep,
Okay,
I would recommend that we keep this on the warrant.
okay.
Good.
And then the last CPC article was the,
You need to vote on that?
You're just not making it.
Okay.
No,
was the bylaw revisions. So this was to add an open space committee member as a substitute for the at-large member, which was intended last time around, but with an administrative glitch. Also, there's language in the bylaw currently that the chair can only serve 1 term in 2 or 3 consecutive years, which is a problem because nobody wants to be chair. So, and it's just, it seems kind of arbitrary and unnecessary.
Yeah.
And then, is that it, Jim?
Uh,
Oh, there was a change for all terms to be,
Yeah, essentially, it would be a 1-year term for everyone,
Mhm. right now it's 3 years, but as a matter of course, like the planning board rotates people through,
Right.
which is fine, but.
usually it's, I mean, a good example is this board.
So say that,
Not the re-election. They
Right.
so,
Right now, each member is appointed for 3 years by the board.
but isn't that better?
I think at the beginning of the process, when the committee just formed, that was good to build some, continuity.
Right,
But in practice, that's not what's happening,
Oh.
and so either we enforce that or we change the bylaw.
because of
Yeah.
turnover and stuff, okay,
Right.
okay.
It has been. I made sure whenever.
Well, but like planning board, when they're designated, their personal historical. commission, they do.
Yeah, the planning board does 1-year terms, which, because that board is fairly stable, is fine, because everybody gets,
Okay,
They have 5-year terms.
Yeah.
for planning board.
so anyway, those are the changes. I view them as very minor and not very conflict free.
Yeah, I think we keep.
okay, I want to keep it on and let people decide. I still think we have so many committees that are committees of committees of committees that new blood is good. That's, that sometimes, just a person that's not a member of some other committee it's just nice to have more involvement from people in the community. They say, I don't want to be on like 17 different things, but I'll do this. I just my personal opinion about
So you would prefer to keep the at-large? rather than-
Yeah, but I can live with it, it's just a prejudice I have that sometimes we hear the same voices on a lot of things.
Mhm. Yeah, I think the intent was because open space is one of the categories that they should have a seat at the table, and so our discussion was.
Oh, I know, yeah,
We want to add 8 people, which is kind of a challenge.
more people is worse, I agree, I know, I get it both ways.
I think the irony is too that at least in recent years, the at-large member always was a member of the open space, committee, right?
Well, no, just the last time around, because
was it
we
just
brought
like-
this up and
Okay.
then, that was kind of a fortunate sequence of events that there was an opening and we brought Patricia Reeser on board.
Okay,
So can we keep that on?
yeah,
But you're not ready to vote to recommend it? The language is in there.
I actually will vote will of the town on that one, because I still do like the idea of a independent, a non, I don't want to vote against it, but
But we could vote to recommend it, so that,
no, but we can, you can, guys can vote.
right, yeah, so I would move that we vote to recommend it.
Okay, second,
All those in favor,
aye.
Aye.
will of the town.
So we'll call that an exception. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Great. All right, next one's free cash transfer. I don't have a estimated tax rate. We did do one in the spring. I didn't want to trot that out without re-looking at it, making sure that we got it tight. So we'll have that for 9/12 for the 9/12 meeting. So the question is really, do you want to preserve your option to do a free cash transfer if the estimated tax rate ends up, if you want to subsidize the tax rate?
Sure, let's just see what.
I think it's good to keep a placeholder on.
Yeah, it seems to make sense, keep the option out.
Yeah, so for the next meeting, we'll have the tax recap model, and as you know from prior years, that's estimated assessed values, estimated new growth, estimated revenues, but with those inputs and with our best guess estimates, we usually can come pretty close to what the tax rate is gonna end up being.
Oh, it's always, the estimates always come out pretty close, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we just keep that, but we're not gonna vote on, it, okay.
Yeah. So we'll have that on for 9/12.
Number 9, invasive species internship, I think we're all very pleased with the outcome of the whole process, so,
So is there a dollar amount associated, or is that to be determined?
We gotta sharpen our pencil on that, look at the change in minimum wage that takes effect January 1st. The fact that
Really?
we have invested some equipment that we won't need to do.
Mhm.
I think if you kept the same 8,500, that's probably a fine number.
Yeah.
how much?
Well,
I'm sorry, how much was it?
so I,
8,500.
it was 8,000, but I think it was 8,000, but, yeah, but she just asked me, and I said, I gave you a pretty vague answer back, but regardless, I think we need to consider if is the work going to be exactly the same? Is it going to be more mapping or, in my opinion, at this point, I think we should start looking more at targeted control and removal. There was a bunch of mapping done. There isn't a whole summer's worth of that kind of work left to do,
Mhm.
I don't think. And we should start to try to apply the information we've learned and see if we can improve specific areas. We have, I don't know, it's at least $5 million worth of money invested in purchases of open space, and we're not maintaining it. And, so we're crazy to have an investment like that and not take care of it.
Rick, that's a good selling point.
Yeah, so, is 2 people the right amount? We had some recent experience out, by Cherry Hill,
Mhm.
out by the reservoir, And, I don't know, there's 7 people, maybe 8 people. I guess I never really looked at, made a head count, but I'm not saying there should be that many people. But for one person working by yourself, it's overwhelming. And I can tell you from personal experience, because I do it at home too many times, too many days. For 2 people, it's really tough. It's better. For 3 people, things become a lot easier. And because, you know, you have other people helping you move material, and it's just there's more of a camaraderie thing. And, you know, it can be soul crushing work. And so I just wonder if we should have more than 2 people.
That almost sounds like a DPW.
But I don't know if we're gonna get people that. Can we frame it in sort of a something where people are gonna get besides the.
I think we don't want to make it, you know, we're not building pyramids here. You know, we're not looking to kill people in the process, you know,
No, but let me finish. I like an idea that can we make it into some kind of a semi-research thing where we try different methods of eradication of the same thing and see how it comes out a year later or something. You could actually make it into a controlled experiment in controlled basis.
That's a great idea. I mean, you know, so at that point, you know, you're hopefully accomplishing 2 things at once. You know, you're actually making progress, and you're learning something about best method.
But it might be like we might actually have something that no one has ever even figured out before.
I think to make it attractive as a, you know, an intern, has to be some educational component.
Yeah.
to it.
Yeah.
And I do think there will be some mapping to see what's changed in the past year.
Yeah.
But granted, it won't be the same level.
Yeah, and I wasn't suggesting that it all be drudgery, not at all.
Yeah.
But you know, it's funny, we're talking with the 2 interns. When they were actually given an opportunity to do something, they were really psyched. It was like, you know, we've done this all summer, and now we really have an opportunity to make some progress. You know, they were clearly pleased at the amount of work that was accomplished with a group of people, and seeing this was really, it seemed like the fruits of their labor.
Yeah. I wonder if having, instead of 2 part-time, having 2 full-time might be an option. I'm just thinking in terms of the conservation agent managing people. If you now have 5 people, that's, I think, more of a workload.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know if 5 was right.
Well, I'm just saying more than 2.
Yeah,
2
yeah.
is enough of a workload. You know. And I think,
People wise.
yeah, and I think potentially next year, the volunteers, I don't know if they'll have the same level of involvement. So,
Yeah, I mean, this is a place where, you know, Michelle would have valuable input to the, as would a couple other people. I know, you know, both Nancy Powell and Carol Decker have had interns work for them in, you know, in other circumstances, and doing similar kinds of work though. And you know, their input, I think, would be valuable.
I think a full-time internship would be more attractive to, you know, the students.
So
Although it doesn't seem as though there was a lack of attractiveness.
Wendy, what was this in
I mean,
terms
you
of?
might be right, but I know, I think a lot of college interns aren't looking to work full time because they still want to have a summer. But you're not wrong. I mean,
Well, as the parent of a recent college graduate, I mean, full-time is what I would prefer.
But you're not applying for the job.
No.
So what was the time commitment per week then? You're saying it wasn't full-time, simply wasn't long enough, or what?
It was 20 hours a week.
It was
for
20.
each, yeah.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
that's.
so I feel like if it was full-time, they'd get more done, you know.
20 isn't that much, is it? No.
But if you do that kind of work outside in the summer, and you think you can work full time, you're a super person.
Well, we're talking about mapping and, stuff. It's not all 40 hours in the hot sun,
Yeah.
chopping bittersweet, but I don't know, just another option to having more people part-time.
Yeah.
Maybe. So it sounds like we have to firm up the scope of what this.
Yeah,
internship program-
I think, yeah, we do, definitely.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
and
we
definitely
keep it
interested.
on, we keep it on.
Yeah, I think it was a great program. So. Worthwhile. Number 10,
Number 10, yeah.
$0. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Rick, does this need a town meeting vote? I mean, this board, couldn't this
Um,
board?
well,
do
if
this
you look at the
study?
match, we looked at this, we actually, we got some help from, this organization, the Green Energy Consumers Alliance, and, I think the reason why we want approval for this is, because we're leading towards something that ultimately would impact everybody in town, would impact, the standard utility package in town. I mean, people can always opt out, but, I don't know if I can explain without doing a little more, without
So-
reading.
This is a statutory construct. And the first thing you need to do to pass go is to get a town vote. Because we have town government, town meeting government, so it's just a requirement. And if you don't do
a contract, but to research it?
yes, and if
Okay,
you don't do it right, Department of Public Utilities will take another 1,000 years to get it done, as opposed to just a really long time.
Thanks, Lisa.
So the ask is for to give the select board authority.
And then, the ESC will, Energy and Sustainability Committee will, will essentially move forward at the select board's direction.
To evaluate this.
Right.
Okay.
So what, I don't quite, I have to, so what is the, I mean, what does the research involve? Just,
Looking at the options of supply, so there are numerous supply.
but there must
options.
be infinite numbers at this point, right?
Yeah, those may not be quite infinite, but there's a bunch of them.
Yeah,
And they change too, so we would need.
so how do we pick one from column A, one from column B? How do you actually do that? If there's 40 different solar things and there's
Well,
40 different wind
yeah,
things. and-
there aren't, I don't think there's that really that many. I mean, you could imagine that you can put together that many, but there aren't really that many out there.
Okay.
There are a number though, and, there are companies that sort of, construct these combinations of energy from different sources. And
Right,
that-
yeah.
And that's the offering. So we would look at,
So they're like a, they're like with, well, I don't want to get to that. There's people that recommend certain pharmaceuticals to, they're sort of like intermediaries between the pharmaceutical companies and the pharmacies and stuff. And it's like, so there's like a third party that recommends that you use this particular solar thing and this particular hydro thing or whatever it is. Is that right? And they
yeah,
they're a bunch of them.
yeah, but when it comes to you, it's a bundle pre-made. It's a bundle. premium.
Exactly, yeah, I get that.
And there would be various bundles you could choose from that would have a different percentage of renewable energy.
I get it, yeah. But
One of the first
basically,
things-
they've already been, but these have already been created, so you don't need to reinvent the wheel. It's somebody just, you just have to pick them.
Yeah, but we wouldn't actually be doing that research, you know, the
Who-
energy and sustain.
Who picks it?
Well, there are,
A consultant, right?
yeah, a hand, I guess, you would just call them a consultant. They get paid.
How do they get, but why do they want to do this?
They get compensated by, through your purchase of the power. They get some percentage,
Oh, okay,
out of that.
got it, okay.
It's pretty cookie cutter. There are a range, how, how much and what kinds of options for green power do you want to have? And there's a range. But there are sort of known ranges, so it's not infinite at all. It's pretty cookie cutter. A lot of towns have done this.
Okay.
That's a different, oh, that's an email, okay. Oh, I just might go down tomorrow. Oh, I see.
Okay, so, what do you want to do? Approve or just keep on?
Yeah, I'm ready to recommend it.
Okay. Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Are you voting, Archie?
I thought I voted.
Oh.
Oh, aye, okay.
So on
Um,
this, can I just ask a question on this map, Rick?
Yeah, what page are on right now?
It's part of the article.
Oh, part of it. That, yeah,
color-
that map was a little confusing because it's not live but go ahead and ask your question.
I'm just wondering what the colors mean. I don't see it.
Yeah.
clear.
No,
It's
Yeah,
just,
sorry.
it's just.
so, yeah, this was, PDF was created out of this article and it didn't, seems like everything
Okay.
didn't translate and I think if you look up above where you have 1 to 4% additional, 5 to 9% additional, there were colors associated, there were probably
Okay.
colored blocks there. But,
I think white is
Not.
the first,
participating.
and because they talk, later in the article, they talk about how Lowell and Newton and Brookline are the highest. And those are the really dark
okay,
ones that you can see, and I would assume that's the 30% additional.
yeah, good tactic work.
That'd be my guess.
Okay. So who's blue? That's right now. Is that Newbury?
Newbury Port. Yeah,
Does they look smaller than what's Newbury?
I would assume the darker the green probably would be the better percentage.
Okay. All right, well, it's just, that's fine.
It's not how they taught us to do maps at school. I think a gradation.
Yeah, yeah, not a completely different
Just
color.
random colors,
Mapping.
So the darkest green is the most clean energy, and then it gets lighter and you get to brown and they're at minimum levels of renewable energy coming, and some of them like Newburyport are blue because they haven't yet really started up their program.
Oh, so white is better?
no, I think white is
No.
not engaged. White is not engaged.
White is not even on the list.
Yeah.
They're not even.
No, because if you look at it, we're white there.
Yeah, and so most of the surrounding.
Well,
I guess
okay, so
south of-
Merrimack across the river has a muni.
Yeah.
Groveland to the southwest of us has a muni. So, that's for them, that would explain.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
but they don't make their own energy, so they could purchase it from these things too.
Well, except that in our case, we'll be directing, you know, the DPU will be directing our public utility what they ought to be doing. Whereas with municipal supply, they make that undeterminate, you know, the town's municipal light department makes its decision what its power supply is going to be from. Yeah, Groveland has they got, I don't know, pretty good sized solar field over off of what street is that? Over across from where Estes used to be.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay,
Number 11,
I gotta go back to here.
It's the MVP grant matching funds for the River Road.
So I guess my question for Rick is is the proposal ready for prime time? Is
We won't actually, the application won't actually be made until late winter. But when the application is made, funds have to be already available. If they're not available, you can't, you can't commit funds that you don't have.
okay,
So that's why it needs to be done now, so that funds are available when the application is actually done.
okay. Wendy, thoughts? What?
I'm supportive of this and ready to recommend it.
Okay. I will second that and further discussion. All those in favor? Aye. My thoughts on number 12, and don't have to go along with it. I mentioned this to Angus, this to, save time and, one less thing on the warrant and one less thing to talk about at town meeting. It seems like this is something that would be appropriate for a reserve fund transfer and might be easier handled that way.
That's a good idea. I hadn't thought about that. This seems kind of cumbersome to me, but that's a great idea.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. It came up so quickly. I was in warrant mode. I just kind of threw it on here, but as soon as I said that, I said, yeah, of course, that makes sense.
Yeah. It wasn't the kind of thing that you could wait at all,
Right.
at all.
Your school
Yeah,
started. So.
right.
So yeah, if you're in agreement, we'll just strike that from the list.
Sure.
And prepare a reserve fund transfer request to FinCom.
So would that be on next week's or it's too?
No, it's because that agenda's gotta be, I'm gonna be sending Chris a draft tonight after this. So
Okay.
I'm not doing a reserve fund transfer request tonight. But their next meeting after next Wednesday is the following Tuesday,
Mhm.
so
Okay.
we'll get it to them soon.
Park and Rec budget amendments. So I guess the numbers are somewhat not completely defined at the moment, but I think we should keep it on at the moment rather not necessarily vote up or down on it.
Okay.
And I did get a note. I've been kind of pressing Park and Rec to, meet so we can get those numbers firmed up. And I did hear from Brad during this meeting that they're looking at next Wednesday. So of course, that's the same night as FinCom Affordable Housing Trust. So I won't be able to participate, but and I made sure he knew that that was the email I just sent to let him know he's got to post Wednesday tomorrow. and by name.
Okay,
I'm gonna be here.
I told him that too, but I said, you're here to oversee elections now. That the office closes.
14. Safe routes to school, I didn't get a chance to read much of this, so, what do I need to know?
I mean, the way I'm looking at this, and you guys may look at it differently, but if we're intending to go after $1 million grant, this fall, this late fall, getting someone who's, getting a firm that's specialized in that grant to make sure it gets timely submitted with all the backup, with all the support letters, with the school thing, house they're gonna need. I think it's, pretty short money
Mhm.
to make a play for a big. Yeah, so I think if we're serious about going after the grant, I would think it would be worth getting some technical assistance to make sure it gets done timely, and that we don't need to have either me, Wayne, or Christine Wallace, our new person, somehow get up to speed on this
Mhm.
program in short order with everything else.
So what's this gonna be? What's the cost gonna be?
They propose $6,500. It does feel like a fair amount of money for a grant application, but again, are we really trying to go after this? If so, I think we need to.
Okay,
Yeah, no, I think we should do this, because, this is what they do.
and we spent a lot of, we spent a lot of time talking about the crosswalks and all that stuff, and maybe the sidewalks and whatever, and so let's see if we can get the whole hog,
Right, and, working with the firm that already has worked on the area makes sense, because they already have a background.
Wendy, what do you think?
Yeah.
Okay,
Makes
okay.
a lot of sense.
Okay, I make a motion to, recommend, 14 safe routes to schools grant application costs. All those in favor? Aye.
If I can just briefly, this is later on the agenda, item O, but I'll just say in a nutshell. I had a great meeting on Monday with Emily Terry, principal of Page. We went through this project as well as the other Big Bridge to Schools idea they circulated last September, which is more of an internal circulation and striping. Very positive meeting. And they're totally on board with the idea of putting kind of our major effort for the grant for this project. And she's going to be working with Wayne on putting together a capital proposal for the other kind of the internal striping thing. So
And what was the cost of that? Like
they didn't have a
25,000?
good cost estimate, I don't think. And I think some of what they talked about Wayne could do, or he could build into the, the restriping.
Mhm.
So some amount would be kind of in-house, and we wouldn't need to contract out, all of it, so. It was a very good meeting, and at the end, she said, this helped so much, because it really, with the capital planning process and so forth, I think it was really, really good, so. And the most important thing is we're all on the same page
Yeah.
in terms of the priorities.
No pun intended.
Ah,
Correct. Okay, the next one, I changed the backup, I didn't change the list, so this is solely to do with Essex Ag, nothing to do with Whittier. Their assessments based on the prior year, that does not change. Essex Ag, I was in touch today with their business manager. We emailed back and forth. I had a question on her email, I gave her a call, we talked for a little bit. Sitting here today on September 1st, it's 2 students. That's what we budgeted for. One of the students, there may be some special needs, so that could affect the cost relative to what we budgeted. She said she needs to get an assessment from their staff person who works on that. So she'll get back to me I would definitely recommend we keep it on as a placeholder. Sitting here right now, we might not need anything. But I'll have better information in the next couple of weeks. And the fact is, we don't have the official enrollment number until October
Right.
1st. So while it's unlikely someone's gonna, that it's who's she, the way she told me, it's who's sitting in the seat on October 1st.
Okay.
The official number.
Yeah,
So that could jump to 3, it probably won't. If it does, we're talking about almost 20 grand
20.
per student, yeah.
yeah.
So the special needs thing was beyond anything I'd even contemplated when I put this on, so I was glad I was able to connect with her.
So that would be in addition to the 20,000?
Yeah. She wasn't sure, not necessarily, but she saw a notation in the file that made her want to look into that a little bit.
Okay.
Okay.
So we've got it's a placeholder, we don't have a dollar amount, but we'll be working.
Well, the point is, whatever it is, we don't have a choice anyway. We got
And I told her that, I said, because she said there might be costs that come up, later in the year. And I said, we're gonna pay our bill, it's just what mechanism do we need to follow to get the funds? I just told her that's my problem, that's not her problem. We have a good line of communication there. Next one's the tree committee proposal for paid school.
My comment is, we just spent $500,000 on the playground, and to go back to the voters to ask for additional funds for some trees, including over $5,000 to water them. I just can't go there. I just can't go there. It's way too much. There hasn't been, if that seems like something that if the PTO wants to get involved in funding that might be I just can't.
Can I
Go for
pump the brakes a little bit? I did tell, and it's just occurred to me, I did tell Fred the board wasn't gonna be making a recommendation tonight, because he was fully
Okay.
prepared to be here. So I said, they might talk about some of the articles a bit, but if you can hold a vote on that until he's just similar to Michelle, given the chance to present, because he was willing to be here tonight. And I just didn't know the discussion would go to this depth on some of the articles, so.
Yeah, I'm just concerned about investing a lot of money in trees with the drought going on.
Well, they wouldn't be going on right now, I think, didn't they say that they would, somewhere in there, but reference, put them in next spring.
I thought it said
No, this
fall.
fall.
That's where he
I'm
started
saying
out.
it says spring 2023 plantings trees,
Yeah, but
spring, summer watering trees. I'm looking on page.
I saw something about fall.
I did too.
well,
but maybe it
there
must
was
have-
reference to that, but if you read all the way through, then they explained why they wouldn't do it this fall. If I remember correctly.
So they're planting this fall, but not watering till next.
No, actually, it looks like there's because it is saying would be best done in fall 2022, but then a little bit further down this.
Right.
The same page, it says, spring 2023 planting trees. It looks, I'm seeing a different font. I don't know if that was maybe overwritten. I do know this has gone through multiple iterations. The initial concept that was submitted to Wayne, I don't know, probably a month ago, was more on the order of like 28,000, just so you know. It's been pared down.
Yeah.
So, but I know they put a lot of, Fred's put a lot of time and effort into this, and definitely, should be ready to present it.
Yeah, would like to be able to talk with Fred too, just about the choice of trees. Because this plan is to put all of our eggs in one basket with one species of trees. That would be worth the
And
conversation.
even if this is next summer, I still think the watering needs to be addressed.
Oh, yeah, it does, yeah.
I mean, if there is a water ban, which is likely, you know. all that
Yeah.
can happen.
Yeah, I almost think that they were planning to truck water in, the way this was phrased somewhere, when they were, the dialogue with the people who would be doing the watering.
That's what it sounds like,
Yeah.
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 All right, so we'll keep
Yeah.
that on and then,
Keep it on, and we'll put it on for 9/12 for presentation and vote. To recommend or not.
it just occurred to me that Anne has been waiting for number 17 all this time and we should have jumped ahead.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
Unless she just has nothing else to do on Thursday night. Maybe she's already lost this.
I'm still here. I don't know what 17 is going to do based on our earlier conversation, so we'll see.
Why are you still with us?
Absolute fascination.
Wendy, the owl stopped picking you up.
That's a real shame.
Okay, all right, good.
Everybody talking.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, the planning board will take this up Tuesday.
Mhm.
If they refer it to public hearing, that will be for an October 4th public hearing, I believe.
That's the plan. If we can, if we can make the dates work. Yeah.
And if you feel comfortable that you want to propose it, so they may or may not. I told Ann, it's definitely, the planning board shouldn't feel like they should refer something unless they feel that they are comfortable doing that. So,
I guess I would just say that the decision was made, it had to be either the planning board or the select board, but if they've taken lead on it and decide not to, it's too late for us to do anything on it. So. And do you think there's any chance that the planning board will not continue with this? Or is that?
I don't know, but the possibilities are that I haven't spoken to other members, when they see the KP comments, which came in late today, I don't know how they're going to respond. I think Rick mentioned this already. If the ZBA has to weigh in on this, even if there were a zoning change, then we can never remove the ZBA's involvement. So that particular uncertainty would always remain. And then this would be opening the door with the zoning change to any other proponent who wanted to come along in that zone and say, okay, I'm going to go to the ZBA and ask for a special permit too, and a change of use. And I guess we'll see how the discussion goes on Tuesday night.
So when you say that the ZBA will always be involved, what do you mean by that?
Well, I think I'm understanding this right. I think Robin's point was that because it's a pre-existing non-conforming structure and use, actually, that there'd have to be some kind of a finding. Is that right, Angus? Did I understand?
Sure. Yeah, the pre-existing non-conforming structure and lot.
Oh,
The lot is substandard as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
okay.
And anytime you have that instance, a change of use is going to trigger ZBA.
But that's
Right.
just a one-time finding,
Correct.
right? Okay.
But yeah,
For that property.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so I think that the thought is if it has to go to ZBA for a finding anyway,
Mhm.
that other section of the bylaw that allows the special permit, that allows the planning board to approve a use if there's a finding by the ZBA that it's
Allowable.
similar enough. I forget the exact language, but
Yeah, not more detrimental or whatever. Yeah. Or not detrimental to the neighborhood.
Okay.
I don't know. I I find it very confusing.
Yeah, I didn't see this email today, so.
Yeah,
um,
yeah.
Sorry if I'm repeating the conversation.
No, that's all right.
Late breaking news.
I know.
But it only happens when you guys have a later meeting and there's a holiday on Monday, so just to make it really complicated.
Yes, the 583 sub I or one, I'm not sure, but that section of the zoning.
Okay. All right.
But yeah, so keep a placeholder on, certainly. For that. Then the next one just came in late in the day. Jim was crunching some numbers, and if you could just summarize, what are the changes in the state requirements on early voting?
So I had planned for 5 days of early voting for each election for this year. There's an additional week that's been added for the November, so there's 2 weeks in the November election for early voting. Additionally, there's mandatory weekend voting as well. And just to add a little spice to it, I have tried evening voting, which actually was very successful. Which had the highest turnout of all. I had 8 hours set up for early voting for the others, and this increased in that 4 hours was higher than every other 8 hours segment. So I would like to do early voting in the evening as well for November, but with the current funding I have, I would be unable to have staffing for the May election and for any frills, as it were, any additional.
And the what?
Any frills
Oh.
added to the early voting for November.
Like
Evening voting.
it's not
Longer
required, but
Longer
Oh,
weekend
okay.
hours, things like that.
he's not talking pizza parties.
Yeah. But I did get some funding in today, as it turns out, from the state, $645. So I'm assuming they will be giving us a little bit of an advance as well for the November election. So with those numbers, it should be about $1,000, but I'm gonna fall short.
Were you able to clarify with Caitlin?
Yes.
So that's available for use. It
Immediately.
doesn't need to be appropriated.
It's a separate line item,
Okay,
but yes, it is available for use.
okay.
So do you have a number on how many people took advantage of early voting so far?
Since tomorrow is the last day, I believe we're just under 100. If we're not under 100, it's like 102, about that for early voting. Mail-in balloting was much more popular. Everybody in town got a postcard about it, so it was about, I want to say about 900 that we've sent out, and we've got back about 700 or so. So local election, I think we're gonna keep the mail-in balloting, maybe not do as much early voting. We don't have to do early voting for local, it's not mandatory. But I would like to do evening voting, that seems to be decently popular. So, but with the income from the state, we should have fully reimbursable time that we've done, so we will get the money back. But $1,000 upfront will be needed if we want to do extra stuff, evening voting, and then I'll make sure the May election is fully staffed. So I was a little concerned, but I thought it was like 2,000, 3,000, but I redid all the numbers, so it's about 1,000.
So we can have some number backup before it goes to FinCom.
Yeah.
My recommendation on this would be definitely, keep it on. Your next meeting is 12, so we'll have some additional, better number. The FinCom's next meeting after next week is the 13th.
Yep.
So, I would say, this and some of the others where we don't have good numbers tonight, I'll work with Jan and other proponents to make sure we get good numbers in your packet for the 12th and then the following night with the FinCom on the 13th.
Well, I don't know, just it's gonna be a relatively small number. I'm in favor of just supporting it, period.
No numbers, Archie Sports.
Yeah.
I think I heard him say 10,000.
Yeah. We're gonna have.
I heard something about pizza. No pizza party, no pizza party, so I'm just gonna trust my way. There's something about pizza party.
But I,
Buying a pizza oven.
how do you think Christine's gonna afford that commercial kitchen she wants? We're just gonna read.
I'm totally in support of this, but I feel like we should have a number.
Yeah,
before
no,
we-
absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
I did not expect that we would be voting. So
Archie's just trying to plow through these, get them off the list.
Okay, and then the last one, which you dealt with first, was the Green Community Grant Matching Funds. You had voted to put that on. Did you take a position on that? That was way down.
No, because we actually don't have,
Okay.
we need to
Okay,
think about what's the best way to do it.
great. So I've added that to my list and
Oh, right, we hadn't this, right, okay,
Right,
whether
yeah,
it's
yeah,
a
'cause-
rebate. or-
Right, because it was just really today that I was pulling information together, or trying to pull information together. And yeah, and if we do it, as, payment on bill, then I don't think we need to do anything.
good. All right, well, we covered a lot of ground. Thank you very much. So, yeah, we'll put together, more info and also, by the 12th, we'll have something that's in the semblance of like a draft warrant.
Okay, I'm gonna be really brief, it's getting late. Item I, the. Member of the Merrimack. Select Board, brought together, we had, represented some FinComs and, the Select Board and the, finance directors and Angus, and just, we had this sort of an open discussion about how we, the budgeting, or how we felt the budgeting process for the, school district went last year, versus how it's gone in previous years. And also just review whether we want to, take another look at the regional agreement. And as far as the regional agreement went, there were some more specific items, nothing global in nature that we wanted to change, but there were some things just sort of on timelines and dollar amounts and sort of, we just, there's some sentences in there that are, we felt could be actually be made more specific and would help the district and help the towns. So we are gonna have everyone bring their comments together and have a few meetings about changing that, and then it's not something we can do, no one can do on our own. We have to bring them to all the town meetings and be approved, sort of simultaneously at the spring town meeting. But so we're gonna do that. But the bigger picture was, we felt that we just need better, that everyone there felt that there needs to be a little bit better communication between the districts and between the district administration and the school committee and the FinComs and select boards of the district. That I know in the past and one way to actually to do it even more efficiently, maybe we have instead of the district having to do their budget dog and pony show to every individual town, we have a joint meeting of their select boards or the FinComs or whatever. And then it can be more, maybe they last a little longer and we can ask, more direct, and probably the people in Merrimack have the same questions that we do. And it saves the, Pentucket people from having to do it 3 or 4 times, but also maybe we get a little synergy in terms of how we, the other way around, how the towns deal with the, you know, we might have common problems with something in the budget or just common problems in general. And so, we wanted to sort of have a more united front when the towns deal with the district. So do things more cooperatively, and we'd like to have more input from the school committee. I mean, rather than Angus having to be the conduit of information from the district, the school committee is at the school committee meetings. We just felt that we just need to, maybe that we should invite the, you know, we haven't done it for a while, invite the school committee to our meetings or whatever, just that has been lacking to me in the last, you know, 4 or 5 years. We used to, when, I mean, I used to go to school committee meetings quite regularly. I don't now, and it just seems like we want to improve communication. That's and everyone agreed on that. So that's where. So we're going to work on the agreement and a little, and just tweak it up and maybe change some timelines with the budgeting so that it isn't a crunch at the very last minute. That's, you know, if we know what's going on in December versus mid-March, it makes it a little easier.
It was changed, I recall, back 15 to 20 years ago. It was changed a long time ago. It was moved earlier in time then, and so it sounds like that, you know, from our experience, even that movement wasn't enough. But I remember we used to get the numbers, or I mean, I wasn't on board then, obviously, but the town used to get the numbers with very, very little room to process.
I don't think that's gonna change much because there's so much that's reliant on.
Other factors, yeah.
Even the state, the stuff from the state.
Well, part of what was talked about was starting the dialogue sooner. So for instance, let's say a meeting in, you know, late October or early November, where they come before the 3 towns to say, this is how the prior year closed out, this is what went well, this is what didn't, these are some of the issues we see on the horizon. Because right now we get that binder and it's not just the proposed, it's kind of like everything. So it was more to elongate the dialogue, so that if they are seeing issues, they're not gonna have numbers in December or even January or even February, right? The school committee doesn't vote until March, but they can at least do, you know, more to keep the boards and the 3 towns and FinComs, you know, directly apprised. There was definitely you know, it's clear that there's like a line of communication with their administration and my office and Carol McLeod and Rebecca Olin. But that, and you know, we then have to funnel that to our boards and our FinComs. The questions you have then come to us, and we're like the guy in the middle, or the woman in the middle. And I think part of what we'd all like to see is like the school committee having a peer-to-peer relationship with us, with the elected boards and with the finance committees, so they start to get copied directly. You know, the chairs of the select boards and FinComs get copied directly on these updates that come from Justin and from Greg LeBrecq. And then the chairs, if they see it as noteworthy, they can put it on an agenda and have that direct dialogue and not everything going through what's a narrow pipeline, especially during budget season. You know, I try to be knowledgeable on the budget I'm proposing. I can't be knowledgeable on everything in the school budget. I'd much rather those questions be directed to them, not to me, to then ask them. It's just very inefficient. So,
And it's hard to ask just the way. The way there's like a relatively short public comment period at school committee meetings. It's hard to actually ask a direct question at school committee meetings. It's just the way the format of their meetings, it's hard to get to do that.
Yeah. Was there ever a time where there was more dialogue between the Board of Selectmen and the school committee?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
yes. Come to joint meetings or even, maybe I'm wrong, but it seems to me that the school committee would come to the FinCon meetings sometimes.
Is that, was that impacted at all by, the construction of the new school?
The what?
The construction of the new school, sort of building up to and then, or.
No, way before. Yeah.
so just very briefly, the finance committee met 2 nights ago. This was on their agenda as well. As you know, they had a designee attended the meeting, has some ideas, has some thoughts. My advice to the FinCom was that, you know, we as a community really need to speak with one voice under the regional, because you're dealing with 3 entities anyway. If you start dealing with select board, FinCom, and me and my counterparts, 3 and 3, and then there's 9. Like, so my advice to the finance committee was that their designee present his ideas, thoughts to the finance committee. Once the finance committee has some recommendations, they go to this board. This board then inputs those into the regional process so that we're kind of speaking with one voice. It also follows the form of the regional agreement, which provides that any amendment to the regional agreement can be initiated by us, the select board, not by, you know, not by the finance committee. So that's what I've talked to Chris Weil, the chair, since then. So one of their future agendas, after they get through the crunch of the warrant review, they'll be doing a deeper dive. And then they, as a committee, can make recommendations to you. And I told them, you as a board may have ideas that you send to them to, you know, chew on and see what they think. But at the end of the day, anyone initiating an amendment to the regional agreement, that would be this board or your counterparts in the other 2 towns.
That sounds positive.
It was, sometimes meetings of sort of disparate group of people, nothing gets done, but it seemed like we did accomplish something, yes.
There were some very tangible things like the $10,000 threshold for capital, things that, you know, hopefully we get those done. That's too low.
Okay, item J. Accept the deed for Sullivan's Court Extension Street Acceptance. Anyone have any comments about that?
Yeah, I have a motion. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, my comment was to Wayne, is it acceptable? He says, yes. That was what all I wanted. I sent a three-word sentence and he got back.
Yeah, so I make a motion that we accept Sullivan's Court and get it done and sign it tonight. It's ready.
It is, we have, with the developer's signature, so it's all set. We'll send it to get recorded.
All those in favor?
I second.
Oh, sorry, there wasn't a second. Okay.
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, so the deadline was like next week.
Coming right
sometime.
up, yeah.
Right.
But everything else is ready to go.
Yeah, that'll be good.
Okay, meeting minutes. I did not get a chance to read August 8th, so I I would abstain from those, but the other 2 are okay.
Okay, let me see, August 8th. I'm wondering if there, looks like I thought that. I can look at it, I have a note here, page 107 under O. There's something I added, I think, from each of open space. You know, you probably, I was just trying to clarify what it meant. Let me get back to there, page 107. So, I probably had time to read these too thoroughly.
We can push this one off.
No, I mean, I'm good with this one, if any, and it's, oh, yeah, this is trivial, but I just feedback on the drafts, right at the top. Feedback from the drafts from a working group consisting of one member from open space, parks and recreation. I don't know what was actually said verbally, but that to me just sounds a little confusing, so I just thought I ought to say for one member each from open space, parks and recreation.
It makes sense.
That was the only thing I had from those minutes. That 8 minutes. Archie, you hadn't looked at those, Wendy, and you had a chance to look at them?
Yeah.
You comfortable running with it?
Excuse me?
Are you comfortable running with them? Even
Sure,
though you had
yeah,
a
sure.
chance? Okay, so I move we accept the August 8th, 2022 minutes. With that one very minor addition.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
But we didn't make a motion on the other two.
Yeah, so the 7:25, 22 minutes on page 109, H. Let's see. I followed between towns.
Well, these are ones we had looked at
Yeah, you gave me minor.
at the last meeting, and yeah,
She corrected all the notes that you
Yeah.
were giving her, so if there's
Okay.
anything else, yeah.
okay, we
Is there
good?
something in each, Rick?
Yeah, I think I inserted a word, there was, again, it was just, it's a,
But
Minor
maybe it's
changes.
maybe you noticed it last time and it already got changed.
I was gonna say, if
Yeah.
you approve with minor adjustments, and you give me any minor adjustments.
Yeah,
okay. It's very minor.
so motion to approve the July 5th, 2022 and February 20th, 2022 minutes.
Second,
With minor amendments.
Okay,
Is that, what's the phrasing for that?
Allowing with, like, well, what's
Scrivener's, if it's like, you know,
Type word.
yeah. Those.
all those in favor? Aye.
Thank you. Okay, so on to manager updates, I'll keep these brief. So staffing, as you know, the town planner has taken a job in the private sector. We advertised the position, we've gotten multiple applications. The planning board, at my recommendation, designated a subset of the board to basically help with the screening process. So I have a Zoom meeting set next week with the two members who were designated, which was Brian and Tim. So at that time, we'll review the candidates on file. I hope to decide who we want to interview. That will be my goal for next week, as well as talk about, process of whether we want to have a screening interview report was the planning board. I think that's probably recommended, but anyhow, process is underway with the town planner. In the meantime, we had a really good meeting, about a week and a half ago, Leah's last day, including Ann, myself, Leah, and Caitlin Bradstreet, the planning department administrative support. And Caitlin's really stepped up and continues to step up in terms of keeping the office running. And for instance, with the meeting kind of on Tuesday, hands-on, so I don't want to speak for her, but you know, it was helpful in preparing the agenda, getting it posted, getting the material circulated. So basically, it seems like things are going really well. We've got good continuity, you know, fingers crossed that we don't get some big, huge development filing next week, but it seems like the transition is going well, and we're on track toward getting interviews scheduled with multiple candidates.
Great.
And I was also discussed in that meeting that Wayne is letting her sit in the planning board office, you know, to kind of cover the office and do his work, which I thought was really a great use of town resources.
Yeah, and I think actually we'd love to kind of make that permanent, because it's really inefficient for a single employee to have 2 workstations. So, you know, I think it would work out really well if that became her workstation to do
A lot
both
more
sides.
Yeah,
Wayne.
yeah.
Right. And also just from a customer service standpoint, you know, there's a lot more, you know, foot traffic in front of that office than I would. So. Then with regard to water, as you know, the working with the Board of Water Commissioners on the recruitment process, both for the superintendent position and the licensed operator position. So we're closing in there. And then on DPW, I included that just to kind of let you know, which you already know, that we did extend an offer, and Christine Walls accepted as the new DPW programs and projects and programs manager. She and I met, Wayne and I met with her for about 2 hours a couple of Fridays ago and reviewed a list of projects, and she's really excited about the opportunity. It's all right in her wheelhouse. She's going to be a great asset. She's meeting again with Wayne tomorrow. Her official first day on the job is Tuesday. So I just wanted to let you know that. So we don't want to get her started 200% capacity. So that's, I guess, cautionary tale.
So is there any opportunity to kind of do a PR thing about, this is a, you know, brand new position in the town? There's some misconception about what the role is actually doing.
That's a
like
great,
being viewed as
yeah.
an assistant DPW director, which is not.
No, it's not.
So I
Yeah.
don't know if there's just a brief blurb that this is a new position.
Yeah, actually, you know, we could even, let me think about that.
Okay.
We could even, you know, once she gets her feet on her, you know, maybe do something, you know, a little profile through local cable. I think once people get to know her and her skill set and the portfolio that she's gonna take on, you know, it really speaks for itself that there's work there for a full-time
Mhm.
professional level employee, but not everybody who follow, you know, people don't follow all this stuff.
Yeah.
Wouldn't necessarily know all that, so that's a good suggestion. I did have a Zoom meeting earlier today with the vendors. They are, you know, back to the drawing board and work product. So every critique, very agreed with everything that was said.
Okay.
So, you know, there was a support staffer who done some work to meet the deadline. But Patricia Lloyd, who's a labor attorney and one of the 2 key project managers, is personally updating everything. So I've updated drafts as well as the recommended grouping of positions. And we talked about a timeline of, you know, the end of the month. So I think that's going to move forward more quickly now. So that was a good meeting.
I'd like to be a fly on the wall.
Yeah. Let's see. The next one, Caitlin brought to my attention. You can read the MGL. It is an authorization of a fee or you know, for a bounce check. It's not a requirement, but in her experience and in my recollection, it is very, very common for municipalities to charge an off-check fee. It's kind of very strange that we haven't. She would like to charge a bounce check fee. She has that statutory authority. My recommendation was that before changing common practice, that we talk with this board. They, see if you agree with that policy. Lots of towns, including the town I used to work in, would keep a list of people who've given bad checks. And if it happened more than once, the town would not take checks. You had to pay with a, banker's check or a money order or cash. There is, it creates a lot of inefficiency with reconciliation.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it's a real nightmare. So
So how often?
Oh,
does it
especially when
happen?
you
it
then
happens more often than you think. I can't give you a number.
redeposited, oh my God, yeah.
So
So we don't now,
we don't charge a fee.
okay, so. I'm just playing, I'm not trying to be difficult, so somebody getting the fee for somebody. The disruption for someone paying getting a dog license versus someone paying their real estate taxes. That's gonna be the same.
No, it's 1% of the face value or a minimum of $25.
Or the minimum, or, okay. So,
$10 check. Is $25.
so you bounce a $10 check, it costs you $35, okay.
Way to increase your costs.
Or 1% of a
$2,000.
of $2,500 real estate tax bill would be
1% of 2,500
would be $25, okay.
That's the threshold.
So it's only gonna go up more if it's 3,000 or 4,000 or something like that, okay. I'm just.
Yeah, I guess it's the same amount of work, whether it's a $10 check or.
It is, I know,
So
that's the
10%.
that's the weird thing. It's just as much of a hassle,
So I guess my two questions are, do you have any objection to instituting this policy? And my second question is, if you are supportive of instituting this, would that take place immediately, or would you see a need to have some advance notice to people that as of October 1st or pick a date, the town will start to charge the fee?
Seems, so do most bounce checks come in as tax payments, or do they happen with, dog licenses and things like that?
Well, I think just most of the checks the town receives are either tax payments followed by water payments, probably followed by excise, followed
So,
by.
It seems to me it would maybe.
Statistically, I'm sure it's more tax payments.
Yeah. So it seems to me it would make sense for there to have been notice of a change in policy, such as the next time a bill went out or bills go out. Could there be printing on the bill that there's now a bounce check fee, or could there be an insert or something like that?
I think you'd be printing on a bill.
Yeah, I mean, that to me seems like the most, that's probably probably no cost to that essentially, and that way people are pre-warned.
So that would be on any bill?
Any bounce?
On the next, I think you're saying on the next tax bill.
Well,
but like you said, Wendy, it's just as much of a pain. And-
right, it should be any bill, really.
But
I just
when
don't
you
know
think
if
about it,
it's
someone's,
Are you gonna do that? So the
Sorry,
water,
say again?
so the water department, I guess the assessing would be the excise tax and the tax.
Right.
My
And then your
department,
office.
probably the only one that doesn't send out a bill for like we can put it in the bottom of the census,
Yeah.
the census when we send out the dog.
I can't believe that there wasn't. That's,
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for notice generally, but this is a mass general law. It's been on the books a long, long time.
Mhm.
So how much does the
people
bank-
should be writing, people shouldn't be giving bad checks.
I don't doubt that.
So I guess I'm, like, to me, if we had like something posted on the web that as of some, I don't know, October 1st or something, but the idea of putting on a bill and potentially waiting months is, I'm kind of like, people write bad checks.
Yeah, if
We
they
shouldn't
do
need
it,
to tell them not to, like, that's.
they do it at a store, they just get charged, they don't like have an advance warning.
So,
Right, I don't know
but I
why
get
we
that it's
need
a
to go.
cultural change and.
Okay, that's, but I don't think it's unreasonable that, particularly if there's no cost to the town, that our
Yeah.
bill's going forward.
But,
I don't
but
think
there's,
that's unreasonable.
there's no reason
I
why
just
you
wouldn't-
can't put it on the bill anyway.
I agree with
Right.
that. I have no problem with that. I just wouldn't want to necessarily wait to.
Okay, I'm good with that.
I don't see any reason why we need to be making a profit on it. What's our bank charge?
Caitlin would know that. I don't know.
But it isn't just the bank charge,
It's
it's
her
also,
time
it's
as
also
well.
the extra, I mean, probably.
Okay, yeah,
Realistic.
Tax time, yeah, because of revenue turnover and backing all that out.
Okay.
Journal entries. I mean, it's much more than anyone would really.
Yeah, I mean, if it takes half an hour between the number, probably more than one person touches it.
Oh, yeah, treasurer and account.
Yeah, so probably takes a half an hour of time and. If that's the case, then it's gonna be well over.
I'm just, my bank charge is about 25 or 35, I don't know what it is, something like that, yeah.
That's what I'm talking about, check.
No, to people writing checks to me.
I gotcha, okay, that's fair.
I mean,
You
the
turn
only
on your
person,
bills?
the only person people hate to write, the only person people hate to write a check to more than the IRS is the dentist.
What are you talking about? I love it. $44 check on it. 6 months.
Do we want to, what do you think?
Yeah.
I'm okay with it, yeah. I make a motion to approve the institution of a bounce check fee of $25. On all,
Well, should we just
Or just
accept
say-
her draft?
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
just cite that.
Yeah.
Accept the draft.
Yeah, because it's 1% for anything.
And do you want to have a future date of effect or just have that take effect?
I think it should be immediate. I mean, is there something we can do? I don't know, it's kind of, if you send out an email notification, it seems like a big thing we're doing, but it's, it's allowable under
Yeah.
Mass General law.
Yeah, and I totally will put it on the bill. I don't have any
Yeah.
problem with that. Just wouldn't want to wait to.
I'm just wondering whether we want to make an effort to have more publicity, and I'm afraid it would.
I think putting
create
it on the
more.
bill is,
Yeah.
is,
That covers us.
yeah.
Yeah. Seems to me.
So a second,
Who made the motion?
Archie,
Okay. Second.
All those in favor?
I,
Aye.
thank you. All right, we already covered item O, so that's all right then. Oh, other than. My tennis team's is going to nationals in
Oh, wow, and where's that?
Arizona.
You're
Nice.
kidding, when?
We are representing New England.
wow,
That's awesome.
It's men's 40 plus 3.5 team representing New England at nationals.
what's the 3.5 stand for?
It's the level,
Oh,
it's
okay.
1 to 7, the pros are 7. Someone who's just picked up a racket is
Yeah.
1. You're right.
Yeah.
Club players is 3.5.
Yeah.
You're 3.5 until USTA tells you you're 4.0, which will do it anyhow, that may happen.
After the Nationals, right?
When you get to nationals, some of my guys are definitely getting pumped after the season, just, because someone's 8-2 on the season, they're gonna get bumped to 4-0, and then you can't play down. So anyhow, yeah, we'll represent New England. There's 17 regions in the country. We'll go out to Scottsdale, Arizona, October 7th to 9th.
Really?
Great.
Wow.
What was that?
Yeah, that was the 25th. It's very fun. So that was quite exciting. That was last Sunday.
Wow, great.
We were one of the final 4 in New England, and then we won, and then we made it. So it's, I've done it very.
So how many are on the team?
I've got 13 on the roster. You start 7 per match.
Oh, okay.
So as the captain, I'm the one who has to decide who starts, who doesn't deal with the fallout from that. So.
Great.
Sometimes you make friends, sometimes not.
Well, one of the guys that gave, I said, well, I must have done something with you, like, we're in nationals, so.
Yeah.
It's tough. Everyone's like right around the same level, so
Yeah.
it's tough. But there's a few guys that, if they're available, I'm gonna start, because they're that good, so. And I didn't start myself in the finals match, the first one. I did start myself in the second, but if we'd lost the first one, there wouldn't have been a second, so I was prepared to sit in the finals, so I'll say it like, don't squawk.
Yeah, right. So is this gonna be time so you don't have to be worrying about a packet for a meeting? What's our
We
schedule?
we do have, so actually, we can talk about, Columbus Day is the 10th.
Mhm.
So the normal meeting schedule, I think back in the early summer when we set the schedule, I think we only went through September. The next rotation would be Tuesday, the 11th. So if you want to have a meeting that night, then yeah, I need to get the packet done. I will tell you that I talked with FinCom the other night to get the FinCom booklet complete and in people's hands. The town meeting is 24th. That means it's got to be in their hands the 10th, where the 10th is a holiday. It's really the 7th.
Mhm.
So I told them by the time I leave town, I'll be on for the 6th, 7th. The October 5th, the FinCom booklet's got to be done.
Mhm.
So if I've also got a board packet for the 11th, that is going to be tough. So maybe with the meetings, right now we got meetings on the 12th and 26th. Maybe instead of going to the 11th, maybe we go to the 3rd and the 17th, which has the advantage of, because otherwise if you stick with the 11th, then your next would be the 24th, which is town meeting. So yeah, so if you adjusted the October schedule to go the 3rd to the 17th, then we have town meeting on the 24th. Then we wouldn't want to meet, I wouldn't think on Halloween night.
Mhm.
So maybe then you go to November 7th and 21st, leading up to Thanksgiving.
And so would that put us back on schedule, or will we be out of sync for the rest of the year?
Well, we're kind of, I think we might, where we had the 3 meetings in August, I don't think it's been as strict every other.
Okay.
It's more just trying to get things right with the holiday weekend, holiday weeks.
I may skip the meeting on the setup until the day before the elections. I love you guys. I got stressful day the next day.
So yeah, if we did 12, 26, October 3rd, 17th. November 7th, 21st, that would have from the 17th to from the 20th, from the 20th.
What are the October or the November dates again?
Well,
The
yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking out loud, but if you went the 3rd, the 17th, then town meeting of the 24th. Then if you went 2 weeks later to the 7th. And then the 21st is Thanksgiving week. Then December 5th, then December 19th. That would avoid, the Christmas week. It would, the only hesitation I have there is the 17th to the 7th could end up being a long time. But you have.
we won't, and we will meet, for a few minutes before town meeting. Obviously.
Exactly.
Really cover
So, hey, we don't decide that tonight.
Well, I mean, I think it'd be good to try to plan it, so,
Yeah, it's probably helpful for people, but yeah, I will tell you that between being out of state and the FinCom booklet, it's hard to see. you know, a packet. You know, 2 packets getting it's, yeah, it's gonna be tough. Let's see, another thing is, yeah, we will need to have the date, we'll need to set the date for the meeting to review the town meeting motions. Actually, you know what I did? I talked to Tim Zesson, yesterday, and I gave him a preview of the town meeting articles. And I had him put a placeholder on his calendar for Monday the 17th. Just trying to anticipate when might be the pre-town meeting motion meeting. And then that seemed like a logical one. So I told him to put it in pencil because I didn't know, but it seemed logical.
Let's not get into the Casey and Tim argument again.
Also, just a reminder, you do have that Cortland Lane site visit. On it's that Thursday, the 15th.
Yes.
Yeah.
At 5:30.
I do think I'll be back.
I got that, yeah,
All right, so September 15th.
September 15th, yeah.
Yeah. Rebecca, I did do it.
Do you want the FinCom meeting dates, since we're talking
Yeah.
calendars? FinCom's meeting on this, and these are all 6 p.m. Set, the 7th, the 13th, the 22nd, and if needed, on the 27th. Sure. I think I already reserved that here. This is just my calendar.
All right, so those aren't all the same day of the week.
No,
Just trying to
bounced
figure out.
around.
Yeah, okay.
7, 13, 22.
Okay.
Hopefully I would really like to get all the articles reviewed in the first 2. And then if they have follow-up questions, the 22nd, so that by the end of the 22nd, I hope they will have voted everything.
Mhm.
So that the 29th or 27th could be more like wordsmithing, where it's a totally new committee. Some of the things that have been done kind of, you know, like when it was Gary and Nathan, my sense is this committee is going to be more collectively reviewing
Mhm.
things like language for booklets and things.
Mhm.
Angus, do you think that they will avoid reviewing bylaws and things the way was done
No, my
before?
sense is that they're gonna look at anything that any of them want to look
Okay,
Strictly from a financial impact.
at. I think they have a broad sense of what has a financial.
Okay.
my feeling was always that 98% of things have some kind of financial ramification. Yeah, Gary did not, but
Are we done?
okay,
Should we be moving to adjourn, you think?
yeah,
Second.
all those in favor? Definitely, yeah.
Thank you.